Hey there, night owls. Glad you're here to join me. It's 8:43 p.m. for me right now. Let me know what time it is where you're listening from. Let's see who's the biggest night owl tonight. I've got some chilling stories lined up to keep you company and send shivers down your spine as the night stretches on. If you're new here, hit that subscribe button and don't forget to like and share. Your support means the world. Now, settle in and let the stories begin. I woke up in the middle of the night, my room cloaked in darkness. The only light came from the faint glow of the street lamp outside, filtering through the curtains. As my eyes adjusted, I saw him, a tall, bald man in a coat, standing at the foot of my bed. He didn't move. He just stood there watching. My heart pounded in my chest. I couldn't scream, couldn't move. I blinked, hoping it was a trick of the light, a figment of a dream. But when I opened my eyes again, he was gone. I sat up, gasping for air, my body trembling. The room was silent, the shadows still. I tried to convince myself it was just a nightmare, a product of my imagination. But the fear lingered, refusing to dissipate. The next morning, I found my bedroom door unlocked. I always locked it before going to bed. Every drawer in my kitchen had been opened, their contents disturbed. Nothing was missing, but the intrusion was evident. I called the police, reporting the incident. They arrived promptly, inspecting the house for signs of forced entry. There were none. They suggested it might have been a sleepwalking episode or a vivid dream. But I knew what I saw. That night, I double-checked every lock, secured every window, and placed a chair against my bedroom door. Sleep eluded me, my mind replaying the image of the man standing at my bed. Days passed, and the memory faded slightly, though the unease remained. I tried to return to normalcy, but the incident had shaken me deeply. Then, a week later, I woke up to find muddy footprints leading from my front door to my bedroom. The door was still locked, the windows secure, but the footprints were real, undeniable. I installed security cameras around the house, hoping to catch any intruders. I reviewed the footage daily, but nothing unusual appeared. One night, as I was drifting off to sleep, I heard a faint whisper. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone was chilling. I sat up, heart racing, but the room was empty. The next morning, I found a note on my kitchen table. It read, "I see you." The handwriting was unfamiliar, the paper old and worn. I handed the note to the police, but without fingerprints or any leads, they couldn't do much. They advised me to stay vigilant and keep the security system active. I began to question my sanity. Was I imagining things? Was someone playing a cruel prank? Or was there something more sinister at play? I started researching similar incidents, hoping to find answers. I came across stories of sleep paralysis, where individuals see figures during the transition between sleep and wakefulness. But the physical evidence, the footprints, the note suggested something more tangible. I reached out to a local psychologist, sharing my experiences. She listened attentively, suggesting that trauma or stress could manifest in such ways. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me, invading my space. Determined to find answers, I delved deeper into local history, searching for any patterns or past incidents. I discovered that previous tenants of my house had reported similar experiences, unexplained noises, sightings of figures, and feelings of being watched. I contacted one of the former residents, who confirmed my findings. She described waking up to see a man standing at the foot of her bed, just as I had. She eventually moved out, unable to cope with the fear. Armed with this information, I approached the police again, urging them to investigate further. They agreed to review the case, considering the new evidence. In the meantime, I continued to live in a state of heightened alertness, every creak and shadow sending shivers down my spine. The morning after the photograph incident, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The image of my daughter playing in the backyard, unaware of the camera, haunted me. I decided to take a walk around the neighborhood, hoping to clear my mind. As I strolled down the street, I noticed a man sitting on a bench near the park. He was tall, bald, and wore a long coat. He seemed familiar, but I couldn't place where I had seen him before. Our eyes met briefly, and he gave me a slight nod. I quickly looked away and continued walking. That night, I made sure all the doors and windows were locked. I even placed a chair against my bedroom door, just in case. Sleep came slowly, and I found myself waking up multiple times throughout the night, each time convinced I had heard a noise. In the early hours of the morning, I awoke to the sound of footsteps. They were soft, almost imperceptible, but definitely there. I held my breath, straining to listen. The footsteps stopped outside my bedroom door. I could see the shadow of feet beneath the door frame. I reached for my phone to call the police, but it was gone. Panic set in as I realized I had left it charging in the kitchen. I was trapped, alone, and without a means to call for help. Suddenly, the doorknob began to turn slowly. The chair I had placed against the door held firm, preventing it from opening fully. I could hear the person on the other side breathing heavily. After a few moments, the doorknob stopped turning, and the footsteps retreated. I waited in silence for what felt like hours before mustering the courage to leave my room. The house was empty, but the front door was wide open. My phone was still on the kitchen counter, untouched. I called the police and reported the incident. They arrived quickly and conducted a thorough search of the house and surrounding area, but found no signs of forced entry or any evidence of an intruder. The officers suggested that I might have been experiencing sleep paralysis or a vivid nightmare. They advised me to consider seeing a therapist to help deal with the stress and anxiety. Feeling frustrated and helpless, I decided to install a security system with cameras covering every entrance and motion sensors throughout the house. I also began keeping a journal to document any unusual occurrences. Over the next few days, things seemed to return to normal. I focused on my work and tried to maintain a routine. However, the sense of unease never left me. One evening, as I reviewed the footage from the security cameras, I noticed something odd. At around 3 a.m, the camera facing the backyard captured a figure standing near the fence. The image was grainy, but the figure appeared to be tall and bald, wearing a long coat. I paused the footage and zoomed in, trying to get a clearer view. The figure stood motionless for several minutes before disappearing from the frame. I rewound the footage and watched it again, confirming what I had seen. I contacted the police and shared the footage with them. They took it seriously and promised to increase patrols in the area. They also suggested I consider staying with a friend or family member for a few days. I decided to stay with my sister, hoping that a change of scenery would help me relax. While at her house, I received a call from the police. They had identified the man in the footage as someone with a history of stalking and breaking into homes. He had recently been released from prison and was currently unaccounted for. The police assured me they were doing everything they could to locate him and advised me to remain vigilant. I returned home, determined not to let fear control my life. I reinforced the security measures and made sure to keep my phone with me at all times. Despite my efforts, the feeling of being watched persisted. I began to notice small things out of place, objects moved, doors slightly ajar, and unfamiliar footprints in the garden. One night, I awoke to find a note slipped under my bedroom door. It read, "I see you." The handwriting was shaky, and the paper was old and worn. I called the police immediately and handed over the note. They took it as further evidence of the stalker's presence and intensified their search efforts. The situation took a toll on my mental health. I struggled with anxiety and insomnia, constantly on edge. I started seeing a therapist who helped me develop coping strategies and regain a sense of control. As the weeks passed, there were no new incidents. The police eventually apprehended the stalker in a neighboring town. He was taken into custody and charged with multiple offenses. With the threat removed, I began the process of healing. I continued therapy and leaned on my support network of friends and family. Slowly, I started to feel safe in my home again. Though the experience left lasting scars, it also taught me the importance of trusting my instincts and taking proactive steps to protect myself. I became more aware of my surroundings and more assertive in setting boundaries. Life gradually returned to normal, but I remained vigilant, determined never to let my guard down again. It took weeks for things to even feel halfway normal again. I was still locking and relocking everything, still double-checking the back door before bed, still keeping the hallway light on overnight like I was 10 years old again, but there were no new notes. No new sightings, nothing on the security footage. I tried to tell myself the worst had passed. Maybe that was the end of it. The detective handling the case had stopped calling unless I called him first. I didn't blame him. He had real emergencies to deal with. People who had been hurt, people who had concrete evidence. All I had was that one awful night, a blurry figure on the security footage, and a feeling that just would not go away. Even though the man they arrested turned out to be a real person with a record, the police never tied him directly to me. The note, the footprints, the open drawers, it could all be him, sure. But it also could not. That was the line the detective kept repeating, and I hated how it made me feel. Like I was losing my grip on what had really happened. Like maybe I had made too much out of something small. Still, I kept going. I was back at work. I talked to my therapist. I was doing all the right things, I guess. But sometimes, especially late at night, it felt like none of that mattered. Like I was just waiting for something to go wrong again. Then one night, I had this dream. I was lying in bed, like normal, and I could hear breathing. Not mine, someone else's. Slow, steady, just behind me. I turned over in the dream, and there he was. That same tall figure, bald, standing perfectly still at the foot of my bed. He didn't move, didn't say anything, just watched. I woke up drenched in sweat. The dream felt real, too real, and I could not shake it. I got up, walked the house in silence, checked every window and door. Everything was locked. Nothing was disturbed, but when I walked into the kitchen, I stopped dead. The drawer with the silverware was slightly open. It could have been nothing, could have been me, half asleep the night before, but I did not remember leaving it like that. I just stood there for a full minute, staring at it, not sure what to feel. I closed it, slowly, quietly. Then I turned on every light in the house. The next day I took time off work, not because anything specific had happened, just because I needed to feel in control again. I took my car to the mechanic just for a checkup. I replaced all the light bulbs, even the ones that still worked. I went to a hardware store and bought new locks. I changed them all myself that night. And then, about a week later, something strange happened. I was vacuuming the carpet in the spare room. I almost never used it, so it was mostly clean. But when I moved the chair by the window to get underneath, I saw something wedged between the leg and the baseboard. A button. It was small, round, and smooth, the kind you'd find on a coat. I held it up to the light, dark navy blue, kind of plain. I checked my own clothes, even checked the closet for anything it might have fallen from, but it didn't match anything I owned. I didn't think much of it until I remembered something. The man I saw or thought I saw that very first night was wearing a coat, a long one. I don't know why, but the weight of that realization hit me like a punch. I just stood there, holding that little button, feeling like the house wasn't mine anymore, like someone else had been here, had stood in this exact room, had maybe brushed against this chair and left something behind. I didn't call the police right away. I told myself it was dumb. A button wasn't evidence. It wasn't even proof anything had happened. But I still put it in a plastic bag and tucked it into the back of a drawer, just in case. A couple nights later, my neighbor across the street knocked on my door. She looked uncomfortable, fidgeting with her sleeves. She said she didn't want to scare me, but she had seen something weird. She had trouble sleeping sometimes and said she'd been up around 4 in the morning. She happened to glance out her window and saw someone standing near the side of my house, not doing anything, just standing there. She thought it might have been me, maybe letting out a pet or grabbing something, but then she saw the shape more clearly and realized it was a man, a tall man, bald, wearing a long coat. She said he just stood there for about 10 minutes, then walked away. She almost didn't tell me because she didn't want to sound paranoid, but something about the way he stood there bothered her, like he was waiting or listening. I thanked her, probably too calmly, because the second I closed the door, I almost lost it. I sat on the floor in my hallway, shaking. I could feel it all rushing back. The dream, the note, the button. I was not imagining this. Someone had been coming back. Someone who knew how to get in without leaving a trace. Someone who wanted me to see him. Not up close, not clearly, but just enough to start doubting everything. I called the detective again. This time, I didn't ask for an update. I just told him flat out that this wasn't over, that I needed him to take another look. He said he would, that he'd check in with the team and get back to me soon. But as I hung up the phone, I realized something. I was not just afraid anymore. I was angry. I did not sleep the night after my neighbor told me what she saw. I lay in bed, fully dressed, every light on in the house. I tried not to blink too long, like if I kept my eyes open just a few seconds longer, I would see something moving at the edge of the hallway. But nothing happened. By morning, my body ached. I had not slept more than an hour, and I was still gripping the same flashlight I had been clutching since midnight. I felt stupid. I felt helpless. But most of all, I felt watched. That was the part I could not shake. Like the air inside my house had been changed by someone else's breath. I started combing through the security footage again. I had not looked at all of it recently, not properly, not with this new sense of dread in my chest. I scrubbed through the last 2 weeks, camera by camera, and around 3 in the morning, 5 nights ago, I paused. There was a flicker on the front camera, just for a second. The motion sensor had not caught it. I zoomed in and went frame by frame. A shadow, not even a full figure, just the impression of someone stepping into the far corner of the porch, then stepping back out of frame, like he had been testing where the blind spots were. I sat there staring at the screen for what felt like 10 minutes. It was almost worse than seeing someone clearly. It felt deliberate, controlled, like he knew exactly what I would and would not see. I called the detective again. This time, I recorded the footage on my phone and sent it to him. He said he would send someone out later that day to review the angles in person and see if they could improve the placement. The officer who showed up was polite but tired. He had seen too many real emergencies that week. I could tell mine felt lower on the list. He looked at the footage, nodded, and walked around the house with me, noting where the cameras were. He said he would recommend adding one more under the eaves, facing toward the back fence. I thanked him, and he left. That night, I moved a chair into the hallway and sat there for hours. I did not want to be in bed. I could not face waking up and finding him there again. Instead, I waited. At 2 in the morning, I heard a sound, a soft tap, like something brushing the outside of the kitchen window. I turned off the hallway light and crept toward the kitchen. I kept low, not stepping into the full glow of the room. The window was shut, but I could see something on the glass. I got closer and felt my chest tighten. A handprint, pressed against the glass from the outside, clear and fresh, still slightly wet. 5 long fingers splayed out like whoever it belonged to had been standing there for a while. I did not scream. I do not know why. I just turned around, walked to my room, and locked the door. The next morning, the handprint was gone. I called the police again. They came out, dusted the glass for prints, but it had rained lightly just before dawn. Nothing usable. They were polite, but I could tell they were starting to question things. Maybe not out loud, but I saw it in their eyes, like they were wondering if I was making this up, if I was lonely, paranoid, maybe worse. But then something happened that changed everything. That afternoon, the detective called me back. He said they had taken another look at the man they arrested weeks ago, the one we all assumed had been behind the first break-in. They found something strange. The man had been in a halfway house in another city the night I saw the shadow on my porch. He had not been anywhere near me. He had an alibi. That meant it was someone else. The detective's tone changed after that. He asked if I could come in and make a new statement. Said he wanted to connect the dots more carefully. I agreed. At the station, I showed them everything again. The note, the button, the new footage. I explained the dream, the drawer in the kitchen, the footprints from weeks ago. I even told them about the handprint. They listened, they took notes, and then the detective asked me something that stopped me cold. He said, "Is there anyone in your life who might want to scare you? Someone from your past?" I shook my head, But then I stopped, because something had just occurred to me. A few years ago, I had briefly dated someone I met online. It had not lasted long, only a month, maybe less. He had been charming at first, funny in a weird sort of way, but he got intense fast. Too fast. He started asking about where I lived, what kind of locks I had on my doors, even whether I kept spare keys hidden. I broke things off, and he did not take it well. He sent a few strange messages afterward. One of them said something like, "You think locking a door keeps people out, but that only works if they're strangers." At the time, I blocked him and moved on. I had not thought about him in years, but now that sentence echoed in my head like it had just been said. I gave the detective his name. He pulled up the records. No serious charges, but a few reports from other women. Always vague, always just unsettling enough to file, but never enough to stick. The detective promised to look into it, to see if there was any connection. That night, I sat in bed, too wired to sleep, every light still on, and as I lay there, I realized something else. The man at the foot of my bed that first night, he never moved, never spoke, just stood there, like he was trying to memorize something. Like he was checking how close he could get before I woke up. The next few days blurred together. I kept thinking about that name. The guy I had dated all those years ago. I had not said his name out loud since I blocked him. Just hearing it again in the station made something turn in my stomach, like my body remembered something my brain had been trying to forget. The detective said they were working on getting his current address. He was not in the system for anything criminal, but there were enough flagged reports from women that they could at least justify a wellness check. I asked what that even meant. He said it just meant a knock at the door, a conversation, maybe a few questions. I did not say it out loud, but that sounded useless to me. If this man had really been creeping around my house, if he was the one who left the note and the button and the handprint, then talking to him was not going to stop anything. He already knew where I lived. That was the part I kept coming back to. I thought about moving. I did. I went as far as to open real estate apps, even drove past a few rental signs just to see what was out there. But every place I looked at felt too open, too vulnerable. Every window looked like it could be peered through. Every hallway seemed like it could hide someone standing still, breathing quietly, waiting. In the end, I stayed. One night, around 3 a.m, I heard something that made my whole body go rigid. The front door. It was the sound of the lock turning, not being forced, not jiggled, turning, like someone had a key. I froze, lying in bed. My heart was beating so loud I could hear it in my ears. I did not move. I listened. The door opened. Slowly, carefully, I could hear the hinges. Then silence. I waited. 1 minute, 2 minutes, nothing. I reached for my phone with the quietest movement I could manage. I called the police, whispered into the receiver that someone was in my house. They told me to stay on the line. I slipped off the bed, crawled to the corner of the room, and waited. I could hear the floor creak, just once, then nothing again. It took the police 11 minutes to arrive. I counted every second. By the time they got there, the door was closed. No sign of forced entry, no one inside. Just me, shaking in the corner of my bedroom, still on the phone. This time they brought a supervisor. He walked through the whole house with me. They found something small but strange, a smudge on the door frame, just at eye level. Grease or dirt, like someone had touched it while opening the door, but no fingerprints. They checked the lock, no signs it had been broken, no damage at all. When I told them I had changed the locks myself, they asked if I had gotten rid of the old ones. I had not. They were still in a box in the laundry room. The officer opened it and paused. There was one key missing. That detail hit me harder than anything else. One key gone, taken probably weeks ago, when I had not yet known anyone was inside. The detective came by the next day. He had a copy of a police report in his hand. It was a harassment case from 2 years ago. Same man, the guy I had dated, different woman. She had moved out of state after she caught him watching her sleep through her bedroom window. That was in the official notes. Watching her sleep. The detective said he thought that was enough to justify a restraining order if I wanted to go through with it. I said yes. I spent that afternoon changing the locks again. This time I hired someone. I watched him do it. I made sure I saw every screw go in. Then I put up new cameras inside the house, not just outside. I did not want to be paranoid. I already was. But I needed to know. If someone came in again, I wanted to see exactly how. That night, I stayed up, sat in the kitchen with the lights on, coffee in hand, the live camera feed open on my phone, the hallway, the living room, the front door. Around 2:40 in the morning, I saw something move. The hallway camera, just a flicker. I stared at it, not breathing. Then the figure stepped into view. It was him. Same shape, same coat, bald, tall. But here is the thing. The front door had never opened. No alert, no sound, no camera trigger. He was just inside. He stood in the hallway for about 3 seconds, then turned slowly and walked out of frame. I stood up so fast my chair fell backward. I ran to the front of the house, flipped on every light, checked every lock. Still shut, still secure. But when I walked into the hallway, there was something on the floor. Another note. Folded in half, same old paper, same handwriting. It said, "You are not alone in here." That was it. Just that one sentence, no explanation, no name. I sat down on the floor and stared at it. I stayed there until the sun came up. When I called the detective again, I did not even try to be calm. I told him the cameras had picked something up, that this man was inside. He said he would come by himself to look. When he saw the footage, he paused it and just stared. Then he asked me something that knocked the breath out of me. He said, "Do you remember giving this man a key back when you dated?" I shook my head. I was sure I never had. But he said something about that movement, the way the man walked through the hallway like he knew it, like it was not unfamiliar to him. And the question I had been trying to avoid finally landed. What if this person had never fully left? What if he had been coming and going for longer than I realized? What if he had been testing the locks, the cameras, the light schedules? What if he knew every inch of this house better than I did? After that last night, something in me shifted. I had gone from scared to angry, then from angry to numb. But now I was done pretending I understood any of it. Done thinking that logic had anything to do with what was happening. Because after seeing him on the camera inside my house, knowing he had not come through the door, knowing there was no sign of entry, nothing about it felt normal anymore. The detective agreed to send someone to stay near the house overnight. Not a full watch, nothing official, but a cruiser parked half a block down. That was all they could do without catching someone in the act. Meanwhile, I stopped sleeping in my bedroom. I set up a cot in the living room, in full view of the front window. I left the porch light on. I wanted him to see that I was not hiding anymore. I do not know why. Maybe part of me wanted him to know I knew. For 3 nights, nothing happened. No sounds, no shadows, no notes. On the 4th night, the power went out. No storm, no warning, just complete, sudden darkness. I stood up slowly and walked to the breaker box. The flashlight I kept on the kitchen counter flickered a little when I turned it on, but it worked. The main switch had been flipped. I live alone. The box is inside the house. I turned everything back on, and when the lights came up, I froze. There were muddy footprints on the floor. Not big ones, medium-sized, bare feet. They started at the center of the hallway and disappeared near the back door. But that door was still locked from the inside. The chain was still set. That was the last straw. I left the house that night and went straight to a hotel. The detective met me the next morning. He reviewed the new camera footage which had cut off during the blackout and asked me the same question again. Are you absolutely sure you never gave this man a key? Never told him anything about the layout of your home? I was sure, as sure as I could be. Then he told me something that made my blood go cold. They had gone to question the man again, this time with more urgency, but when they got there, they found something strange. His apartment was mostly empty. No furniture, no clothes, no food in the kitchen. Just a mattress on the floor, and in the corner, a pile of notebooks. Inside those notebooks were pages and pages of writing, some of it nonsense, some of it dated notes about people, places, routines, but one name came up over and over again. Mine. There were sketches of my street, notes about my habits, what time I got home, what lights I left on, even my grocery list. He had been following me for a long time. Too long. One of the entries was written in a different kind of handwriting, smaller, tighter, like he had been writing in a hurry. It said, "She knows now, but it's too late." The man was gone, no forwarding address, no car registered in his name. It was like he had just disappeared. The police did what they could, but without physical evidence. There was no charge they could hold, no direct link tying him to my house, not legally, just fear, just suspicion. So I moved. I packed up everything I owned and left the city, found a small place on the edge of nowhere, not isolated but not close to anything familiar. I changed my phone number, got rid of my social media, left no forwarding address. My therapist said it might help to start fresh. The first few weeks were quiet. I slept with the lights off for the first time in months. I cooked again. I took walks in the morning, made friends with a neighbor down the road. I stopped jumping at every sound. But then, one morning, I noticed something odd. The mailbox was open. Just slightly, like someone had not pushed it closed all the way. Inside was a single sheet of paper, folded in half. No envelope, no name. I opened it slowly. There was no message this time. Just a hand-drawn map. It was my new neighborhood, my new house, and a small red X marked on the bedroom window. I did not scream. I did not panic. I just stood there for a long time, holding that piece of paper, feeling my body go cold from the inside out. I had done everything right, changed everything, and it still was not enough. I handed the note over to the local police. They were sympathetic. They promised to patrol more often, to keep an eye out for any unfamiliar cars or people. But there was no way to trace where the note had come from. No cameras on my new road, no fingerprints. Just another detail added to a growing story that no one else seemed able to stop. I moved again eventually. I do not stay anywhere longer than 6 months now. I do not use my real name on lease agreements. I keep my windows covered at all times. I do not tell anyone where I live. And I do not sleep in the dark. The man at the foot of my bed, I never saw his face clearly. I do not even know if it was the same person who left the notes, or if something else had been going on that whole time. Some nights I wonder if I had more than one problem. Like maybe I had been so focused on one man that I missed the bigger picture. I do not know. I might never know. But every now and then, I still wake up in the middle of the night. And sometimes I think I see someone at the edge of the room. Standing, waiting. And when I blink, he is gone. But the door is open, and the air feels just a little bit colder than it should. What do you think? Was it all in my head? Or do some people just not go away? This is the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me. I'm not the kind of person who tells stories like this. You know the type, always trying to be the center of attention, always swearing they felt a presence or saw something in the mirror. That's not me. I'm a practical guy, logical. I keep to myself, do my job, mind my business. I take the bus to work every morning. Same route, same time, same seat if I can help it, second row on the left, window side. I've done that for years now. 7 years to be exact. Ever since I moved to this part of town, I work in tech support at an office that feels like it was frozen in 2009. Beige walls, burnt coffee, people who are tired of talking but do it anyway. It's not exciting, but it pays rent, and it's predictable. That's always been a comfort to me, predictability. I build my life around routine. Same breakfast, same bus, same late-night shows before bed. It helps quiet my brain, keeps the spiral at bay. So, I notice when things change, even the small stuff. And that morning, Tuesday, maybe Wednesday, something was off. Not right away. The bus pulled up on time. Driver was the usual guy, Glenn. Gray beard, one AirPod in, never smiles but always nods. I stepped on, tapped my pass, and did the usual scan of the aisle to see who was already on board. That's when I saw them. 2 people sitting in the very back row, man and a woman, both dressed too formally for a morning bus ride, dark coats, clean lines, something crisp and old-fashioned about the way they carried themselves. The man had a hat, not a baseball cap, A fedora. Who the hell wears a fedora at 7:30 in the morning? But it wasn't their clothes that stopped me mid-step. It was their faces, or more specifically, their eyes. I don't mean they looked scary or strange. They weren't deformed or glowing or anything dramatic like that. They were just blank, pale gray blue like fogged over glass. No emotion, no focus. It was like they were both staring at the space I was standing in, but not really seeing me. Not seeing anything. I'd never seen eyes like that. I sat down. Didn't want to stare. Didn't want to be rude. People act weird on buses all the time, right? Maybe they were coming from a funeral. Maybe they were on something. I told myself anything I could to shake the feeling that crawled up the back of my neck like cold air under a door. They never spoke. The entire 30-minute ride they just sat there, perfectly still, not scrolling on their phones, not chatting, not adjusting their coats or bags, nothing, like they'd been posed there. I got off 2 stops before the office, like always, grabbed a coffee from the corner bodega, and tried to forget about them. But they were there again the next morning. Same clothes, same seats, same vacant eyes. And this time I knew they were watching me. I tried not to look, but something about them pulled my eyes back, like a magnetic field I couldn't resist. They weren't moving, they weren't speaking, but the woman had her head tilted just slightly to the side now, like someone listening very closely, like she was waiting. The man's hands were folded in his lap, fingers interlocked. His knuckles were white. I tried to tell myself they were just odd commuters, that maybe I'd been so locked into my routine for so long that I'd just forgotten how often new people came and went. I stared at my phone the whole ride, didn't look back. But the chill didn't leave me. You know that feeling when you're being watched, not seen watched? When you can feel someone's attention pressing into your skin, heavy and deliberate. That's what it felt like. All the way to my stop. That day at work, I couldn't focus. I forgot my login credentials, had to reset my password twice. I spilled coffee on my keyboard. My manager asked me if I was okay, and I lied and said I was just tired. Truth is, I wasn't sure what I was. The third morning I thought maybe they wouldn't be there. I told myself I was being paranoid. I'd had a bad week, that was all. I hadn't been sleeping well. The heating in my apartment was acting up. Normal stress. That's what I told myself. But I didn't believe it. I hesitated before getting on the bus that day. My hand hovered over the card reader like my body was giving me a chance to turn around. But I got on. And they were there. Same clothes, same seats, same dead eyes. Except now, they were smiling. Not big smiles, just the corners of their mouths pulled slightly upward, like they knew I saw them, like they were pleased. I sat farther up this time, closer to the front, couldn't help but check the mirror above the aisle, you know, the one that lets the driver keep an eye on the passengers. They weren't in it. I blinked, looked again. The seats were empty. But when I turned in my seat to glance back, there they were, still watching, That's when I knew. Something was wrong, very wrong. And it wasn't just in my head, because no one else seemed to notice them. Not Glenn, not the high school kids who usually sat in the back row, not the old woman who always wore purple and complained about the cold. The strangers were taking up space, my space, but no one acknowledged them. I wanted to ask Glenn. I wanted to say, "Hey, did you see those two in the back?" But the words felt stupid even before they reached my mouth. What was I supposed to say? "There are ghosts on your bus. Two strangers are haunting my commute." Number. I stayed quiet. But I knew this wasn't just bad sleep or anxiety. They were there for me. And somehow I could feel it. They were waiting for something. I just didn't know what yet. I didn't sleep that night. Not because I was afraid they'd come to my door or anything like that. It wasn't that kind of fear. It was the kind that clings to the edges of your thoughts, making everything feel slightly off. Like the floor is tilted just enough to make you unsteady, but not enough to convince anyone else there's a problem. I kept thinking about the mirror on the bus, about how they weren't in it. I tried to explain it away. Maybe the angle was wrong. Maybe the overhead light was reflecting weirdly. But I knew. You know when something's real, even if logic hasn't caught up yet. That's the part that makes it hard to talk about. When you can't prove anything but your gut is screaming. I woke up late and almost convinced myself not to take the bus. I even stood in my kitchen for a full minute, holding my keys, staring at the microwave clock. I could have driven. It would have taken longer, but I could have done it. But routine has a gravity to it, especially when your life is built around it. It felt safer somehow to stick to what I knew. The bus stop was quiet when I got there. Just me and some kid in headphones. I kept glancing down the street, waiting to see the headlights come over the hill, dreading it, hoping for it. The second the bus came into view, I felt it again, that weird sense of inevitability, like I was standing on tracks and the train was already too close to stop. I got on. My hand hovered over the card reader again, just like the day before. Glenn gave his usual slow nod. I scanned the aisle. They weren't there. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding, took my usual seat, tried to act normal. We pulled away from the curb. 10 minutes in, the bus stopped to let on more passengers. A young woman with 2 tote bags, an older guy in a windbreaker. Them. They walked on together just like that, in sync, like they'd choreographed it. Same clothes, same faces, same blank, knowing expressions. They didn't scan passes, didn't speak to Glenn. They just moved quietly to the back row and sat down. Right where they always sat. Only this time, the man turned his head, slowly, until his eyes met mine. He didn't blink. And the woman, she smiled again, a little wider this time. I felt ice in my spine, real, physical cold, like someone had opened a freezer behind me. I turned away fast, almost too fast, kept my eyes on the window for the rest of the ride, even though I couldn't focus on anything I saw. Just blur. Trees, buildings, movement. Nothing stuck. I didn't check the mirror again. At work, I told myself I needed a distraction, something mechanical, something to occupy my brain. I buried myself in tickets and troubleshooting. My coworkers barely noticed. They were used to me being quiet. I was the guy people liked because I didn't ask questions. Just fixed the thing, said all good, and left. I liked it that way. But now I was cracking around the edges. On my lunch break, I looked them up. Not the strangers, I didn't even know where to start with that, but the bus route. Transit records, lost time reports, anything strange. I found nothing. No accidents, no driver complaints, no notes about fare evasion. Except one blog post, buried in an old transportation forum, posted 6 years ago by someone with a username like Clocks Are Lying. It was about Route 111, my route. A guy said he used to take it every day and once saw a woman in the back row who never blinked. Said he rode that bus for 6 weeks straight, and she never changed seats, never looked up. He stopped taking the bus after that. Claimed she showed up outside his apartment a few days later, just standing across the street. That post had no replies. The user never posted again. I bookmarked it anyway. That night, I stayed at the office late. Not because I had to, just didn't want to go home. Didn't want to be alone with my thoughts, or worse, with whatever was happening to me. Everything felt thin, like the world was holding together by threads, and if I pulled on the wrong one, everything would unravel. When I finally made it back to my apartment, I stood outside the building for a while, scanning the shadows. Nothing, no one. But when I got inside and flipped on the lights, there was a single item on the kitchen counter that hadn't been there that morning. A bus transfer slip. Blank, unused. I hadn't taken a transfer in months. I picked it up slowly, flipped it over. There was something faint written on the back, like someone had traced words with a pen but never fully pressed down. I held it under the light. We remember you. I dropped it. I didn't sleep. I kept the television on all night, something mindless. Game shows, reruns, anything that reminded me I was still here, still tethered to the real world. The next morning I didn't go to work. I called in sick, which I never do. I told them I had the flu. My manager didn't even ask questions. I spent most of the day researching folklore, urban legends, sleep paralysis, shared delusions. Nothing fit exactly. The closest thing I found were these stories about watchers, entities that follow people not to harm them, but to observe, for reasons no one fully understands. They show up during transition points, illness, grief, close brushes with death. I couldn't stop thinking about that line on the transfer slip. We remember you. Not, we see you. Not, we're watching. Remember. Like I'd done something. Like we'd met before. That night, I stayed away from the bus. I walked to the edge of my block, just far enough to see it turn the corner at the end of the street. The lights looked dimmer than usual. Inside I could see shapes, shadows. Two in the back row, looking out the window, looking at me. I backed into the alley and waited until it passed. I didn't go out again. I didn't ride the bus the next day, or the day after that. I thought maybe I'd broken it, interrupted whatever was happening. But tonight, when I got home from grabbing takeout, there was something new waiting in my mailbox. A folded piece of paper. No envelope. No address. Just a single line written in perfect typescript. Don't be late tomorrow. I read the note 5 times before I realized my hands were shaking. Don't be late tomorrow. That was all it said. No signature, no indication of who it was from, but I knew. There was no question in my mind. It was from them. The strangers. I held the paper up to the light, looking for something, impressions, watermarks, anything. But it was just a scrap, cheap printer paper, folded once, perfectly. The kind of paper you'd use if you wanted to leave something behind and have it disappear quickly. The writing was neat, too neat, almost clinical. Every letter spaced, just so. The kind of thing you don't want to believe is real. I dropped it on the table and just stood there, staring at it like it might start speaking again. I didn't eat dinner, lost my appetite somewhere between the mailbox and the front door. I paced the apartment for hours trying to decide what to do. Part of me wanted to rip the paper into pieces, burn it, pretend it never showed up. Another part knew better. This wasn't going away. I ended up stuffing the note into a drawer and turning every light in the apartment on. Saturday at the kitchen table until almost 3, wired and nauseous, wondering what the hell I had gotten myself into. Or maybe what had found me, because that's what it felt like. Not like I'd stumbled onto something, but like I'd been picked, selected, watched. I don't remember falling asleep, but I must have dozed off sometime just before dawn, because I jolted awake with that feeling like you're falling, like your body forgot where it was for a second. I looked around, lights still on, my neck stiff from the chair, the paper still sitting in the drawer, humming like a warning in my brain. I got ready for work like I was on autopilot. Showered, dressed, poured coffee I didn't drink. I walked to the stop because I couldn't not walk to the stop. I can't explain it. It was like I didn't have a choice anymore. Like the note had planted something in my spine, and now I was just following a script I didn't write. The bus was already there when I turned the corner. Waiting. Same route, same number, same everything. Except it felt different now, heavier. Glenn gave me the usual nod when I boarded. I looked at him harder this time, tried to see if he noticed anything weird, any flicker of acknowledgement, but he was just Glenn. Slightly annoyed expression, always somewhere else in his head. I scanned my pass, made myself walk forward, and of course they were there. Back row, perfect posture, same clothes, same expressions, like nothing had changed. But something had. because this time I didn't look away. I stared at them for a full 3 seconds as I passed. The man's lips twitched upward, barely. And the woman? She blinked. The first time I'd seen her blink. I sat down closer to the back than usual, not all the way, but far enough that I could hear them if they said anything, far enough that I could pretend I had control over how this played out. I lasted about 10 minutes before I looked again. Still there, still watching. But the weirdest part, nobody else reacted. No one even looked up. The usual guy who played Sudoku, the woman with the green travel mug, the teen with the half-zipped hoodie. Not one of them noticed. It was like the strangers only existed for me. The rest of the ride blurred. Every time the bus hit a bump, I jumped. Every time the brakes squealed, my stomach twisted. It felt like I was riding towards something, not away from it. 2 stops before mine, something happened. The woman stood up. She didn't say anything. She just stood. And the man followed. They moved in perfect unison, like they were part of some old ballroom routine, gliding down the aisle as the bus pulled to a stop. But they didn't get off. They stopped right next to me. I felt every hair on my body stand up. I didn't look at them, but I could feel the air change the way it gets just before a thunderstorm breaks. Heavy, electric, off. Then softly I heard her voice. "You've kept us waiting a long time." I turned my head slowly, too slowly, like I was underwater. She was looking right at me. Her eyes weren't blank now. They were knowing, cold and endless, like still water that runs deep enough to drown in. I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. "We were told you wouldn't notice us," she said, "that you weren't ready." The man didn't speak, just watched. "Ready for what?" I finally managed to whisper. The woman tilted her head, and the smallest frown pulled at the corners of her mouth. "To understand," she said. And then she walked past me, just like that. The man followed. They got off at the next stop. The doors hissed shut behind them. I sat frozen, unsure if I should follow, scream, run, do anything. Glenn looked at me in the rearview mirror. First time he'd really looked at me in years of riding this bus. "You all right back there?" he asked. I nodded. Lied. Of course I wasn't all right. I got off at my usual stop, but I didn't go into work. I walked around for hours just trying to feel my feet on the ground, trying to remind myself I was still real, still here. But I kept seeing their faces every time I blinked. That night, I checked the drawer where I'd hidden the note. There was something new beside it. A photograph. Old, weathered, curled at the edges like it had been sitting somewhere for years. It showed the inside of a bus, my bus. Empty, except for one figure in the second row on the left. Me. Looking out the window. And in the reflection, they were standing behind me. I didn't know what scared me more, that the photo existed or that I didn't remember it being taken. I turned it over, hoping for something, a date, a mark, anything that could explain how it ended up in my drawer, but it was blank, just aged cardboard, yellowing at the edges. It felt real. Heavy, textured. I ran my thumb across the image, half expecting it to smudge, to vanish like a dream when you try to write it down. It didn't. There I was in the second row, staring out the window with that same blank face I must wear every morning, and behind me, clear as day in the glass, stood the strangers. The man slightly behind the woman, both facing me, not smiling, just watching. I sat on the edge of the bed, holding the photo, feeling something strange start to bloom in my chest, not panic, not even dread anymore. Just this growing certainty that I wasn't driving the car anymore. That I hadn't been for a while. I didn't sleep. Again. When the sun finally started to break through the blinds, I found myself still holding the photograph, still thinking, still sitting in the same spot. Like time had frozen around me, and I was the only thing left to feel it tick by. I made coffee I didn't drink, looked at my phone, but I hadn't missed any calls, no messages. No one had noticed I'd been skipping work, or if they had, no one cared enough to reach out. I wasn't surprised. It's strange how quickly you can disappear from your own life without anyone blinking. I left the apartment around 10 and rode a different bus, Route 84. I didn't have anywhere to go. I just needed to move, to see if they would follow. I sat in the back, jacket zipped to my chin, eyes scanning the passengers one by one. All normal, tired people, phones, coffee cups, no suits, no blank stares, no perfect postures. I rode for an hour, got off in a neighborhood I'd never been to, walked 6 blocks just to feel the wind in my face, to feel like I still had a body. And for a while, I did feel better. Then I saw it. Another note. This one was taped to a lamppost at the end of the block. Just a scrap of paper, folded once, pinned under clear tape. "You're drifting." That's all it said. No name, no context, just those 2 words. I left it there, walked away fast, too fast probably, like someone running from an accusation they know is true. That afternoon, I tried calling my sister. We don't talk often, but she's the closest thing I have to family. I thought maybe hearing a familiar voice would anchor me. She answered on the second ring. "Hey," I said, my throat dry. "It's me." A pause. "Okay." "Do you remember when I moved into this place?" I asked, cutting right to it. "You helped me carry the boxes, the day it rained." She was quiet for a second. "I've never been to your apartment." My stomach turned. "What are you talking about? You helped me put together the kitchen table." "I haven't seen you in months," she said. "Are you okay?" My mouth opened, but I didn't have anything to say. Nothing that wouldn't sound insane. "Maybe you should take a break," she added gently. "Get some rest. Talk to someone." "I'm talking to you," I said, more bitterly than I meant to. She sighed. "I mean a professional, Nate." I hung up. I didn't want her voice in my head after that. I didn't want her doubt mixed in with mine. I knew what I'd lived. I knew she had stood in my kitchen, laughed when I dropped a box of mugs. I remembered the thunder outside, the smell of wet cardboard, the takeout we ordered that night. I remembered it, but maybe no one else did. That's what they meant by drifting, wasn't it? The thought sat with me the rest of the day. I didn't go home. I wandered the city instead, riding different buses, slipping into coffee shops and bookstores just long enough to feel anonymous. But that feeling followed me, like a splinter under the skin, the idea that I was slowly becoming invisible, not to strangers but to people who should know me. By the time I got back to my apartment, it was almost midnight. The lights in the hallway were flickering. One was out entirely. I stood in front of my door for a long time, not touching the handle, just listening. Nothing, just the quiet buzz of electricity and the occasional creak of old floorboards. I let myself in. Everything looked normal, except for the photo. It was on the table again. Same image. But now, there was a second version of me in the reflection, standing next to the first one. And in this one, the strangers weren't looking at me anymore. They were looking at him. I stared at it, breath caught in my throat, heart thudding like I'd just run a mile. My hands trembled as I picked it up, turned it over. Same blank back. I sat down, photo in my lap, and whispered into the quiet room, "What do you want from me?" I didn't expect an answer, but I got one. A voice, clear, calm, low-spoken just behind my ear, but impossible to place. "You already know." I turned. Nothing, just my apartment, just the lamp on, the hum of the fridge. But I wasn't alone. I didn't sleep that night either. How could I? Somewhere out there, or maybe not out there anymore, were two people who had followed me for years, unnoticed, silent. And now, they were telling me the clock was winding down. I didn't know what it meant yet, but I believed them. For the first time, I truly believed them. And I think that was the moment things really started to change. I stopped taking the bus. I told myself that was the smart thing to do, that if they couldn't reach me there, maybe they'd forget. Maybe whatever this was would lose momentum. Maybe it was like gravity, it only pulled if I stayed in orbit. So I walked. Miles, in the cold, through alleys, along cracked sidewalks, through neighborhoods I'd never noticed before, even though I'd passed them 100 times. I told work I needed time off, and to my surprise, they didn't ask questions, just told me to feel better soon. Feel better. Like this was something a nap and vitamin D could fix. I wasn't sleeping, not really. I'd nod off for minutes at a time, then jolt awake convinced someone was in the room with me. The kind of sleep where you never really let go, where your body stays tense, like it knows something you don't. I started hearing them even when I was awake. Not words, just movement, a shift in the air, like someone was always standing just behind the noise, the hum of the fridge, the rattle of pipes, that little creak the floor makes as it settles. but when I turned, nothing. And yet, not nothing. The mirror in my bathroom steamed up when I showered. That's normal. What's not normal is the message that showed up one morning. Not written with a finger, but emerging from the fog itself, like it was always there, just hidden until the glass revealed it. We never left. I stood there in a towel, dripping, staring at those words like they might blink first. The steam faded slowly, and so did the message, gone in under a minute. But it was enough. I started locking every window, leaving the lights on, putting salt across thresholds like I'd read in some old forum post, even though I didn't believe in any of it. I just needed to do something. Then came the photograph. A new one slipped under my door during the night. Same bus, but this time the photo was blurry, motion smudged, and I wasn't in it. I stared at it for a long time, trying to find my shape, my seat, the second row, the usual place. Empty. Everyone else was clear. The man with the Sudoku, the woman with the green mug, Glenn, halfway turned in his seat. But not me. Like I'd been erased. That's when I started thinking about what the woman on the bus had said. We were told you weren't ready. Told by who? Ready for what? I kept turning those words over and over, like maybe if I said them enough they'd open up and tell me something new. And I couldn't stop thinking about the other version of me, the second figure in the bus window, the one in the updated photo, the one they were looking at instead of me. I started to wonder if maybe this had already happened. If maybe this wasn't the beginning, but the middle, or the end. If I'd missed something important a long time ago, and now it was circling back to collect. Late one night, when the silence felt heavier than usual, I pulled out my laptop and opened a blank document. I started writing everything down. Not because I thought anyone would believe me, but because I needed to pin it all to the ground, make it real, make it less likely that it was all just slipping through the cracks in my head. Halfway through, I looked up, and there was someone standing outside my window. Not at the window. Outside the building, on the sidewalk, 6 stories down. I couldn't make out a face, not clearly, but I could see the outline. Long coat, hat, still, too still, like someone waiting for a cue. I closed the laptop and backed away slowly. I didn't sleep that night either. The next day, I made a choice. I went back to the bus. I needed to know. It felt like walking into a memory you know you've tried to forget. Everything looked the same, but sharper. Colors felt too bright, the air too dry. I stepped on board. Glenn gave his usual nod. They were already there. Of course they were. Same back row, same posture, same silence. But this time, I didn't sit near the front. I walked straight down the aisle and sat across from them. They didn't speak. Not right away. Just watched. Finally, the man leaned forward, lacing his fingers together, and said quietly, "You remember more than we expected." I swallowed hard. My mouth was dry. "What are you?" The woman smiled, gently, not cruel, almost kind. Not what, when. I blinked. That doesn't make any sense. She nodded like she expected that response. You've seen pieces of it already. The reflections, the photos, the notes. The man added, you thought they were warnings. Aren't they? The woman shook her head. They're reminders. I felt my stomach drop. Reminders of what? The bus slowed. A stop I didn't recognize. No one got on, no one got off. The man spoke again. You died once already, years ago, but it didn't stick. What? You weren't ready, the woman said softly, but you are now. The bus pulled away from the curb, and something shifted. It wasn't loud, it wasn't violent, but everything felt lighter, as if the whole world had just let out a breath I didn't know it was holding. I looked out the window. Nothing was familiar anymore. Not the buildings, not the streets, not the people walking by. Like we'd crossed into somewhere else entirely. I turned back to them. They were gone. The seats were empty. I was alone on the bus, except for Glenn. And when I looked up at him through the mirror, he was smiling. For the first time ever, I wanted to believe I'd imagined the smile. That Glenn wasn't actually grinning in the mirror, that the corners of his mouth hadn't curled up just enough to turn familiar into wrong. But I saw it. I know I did. It wasn't friendly. It wasn't anything close to human warmth. It was a knowing look like he was in on something I wasn't. I kept my eyes on him all the way to the next stop. When the doors opened, I thought maybe everything would reset, that I'd step off into the street I recognized, shake off the fog, and this whole thing would start making sense again. But the world outside wasn't the one I knew. It looked like my city at first glance. The layout was close, the storefronts vaguely familiar, but the colors were muted, the shapes slightly wrong. It was like someone had recreated it from memory, and they'd gotten most of the details right, but not all. And there were no people. Not one. The streets were empty. No cars passed by, no lights in the windows, no sounds but the low hum of the bus engine behind me. I didn't get off. I stood there on the steps, halfway between the bus and this hollow version of my life, and I froze. Something deep in me, something older than logic, told me that if I stepped into that silence, I wouldn't come back. So I stayed on. Glenn didn't say a word. He closed the doors and kept driving. I don't know how long we drove. It felt like time was unraveling, like minutes stopped meaning anything. Eventually, I worked up the nerve to speak. What is this place? Glenn didn't answer. Not right away. Then, without taking his eyes off the road, he said, "You should have paid attention sooner." His voice was different. Not in pitch, in tone, detached, like he wasn't really in control of it. I sat back down, heart racing, hands clenched. I thought about everything that had happened up to now, the notes, the photos, the whispers, the reflection of a version of me that shouldn't exist. And that word, reminders. Of what? That I'm dead? That I was supposed to be? Number that didn't make sense. I was still breathing, still thinking, still here. But maybe that's the part I didn't understand. Maybe here was the problem. I stood and walked toward Glenn slowly, bracing myself against the seats as the bus rocked beneath me. "What am I supposed to do?" I asked him. "Why me?" He didn't look at me. "You stepped off the path." "What does that mean?" "You were given more time," he said, "but you didn't use it." My throat tightened. More time for what? To remember. I stared at him, searching his profile for any hint of the man I used to see every morning. The quiet driver with one AirPod and a permanent frown. But that person wasn't behind the wheel now. Something else was. The bus turned onto a narrow road I'd never seen before. Tall trees flanked either side, leaning in close like they were eavesdropping. The branches scraped the windows, slow and deliberate, like fingers dragging along the glass. I looked down the aisle. The back row was no longer empty. The strangers were there again. But this time, they weren't looking at me. They were looking at someone else. Me. The other me. The one I'd seen in the photograph. Same coat, same shoes, same tired eyes. He didn't move. Didn't blink. Just sat perfectly still in my usual seat, second row, left side by the window. And when he turned, slowly, to face me, I didn't see shock or confusion in his expression. I saw disappointment, like he'd expected more from me. I stumbled backward, grabbing onto the handrail. "What is this?" I said. "What the hell is going on?" The woman stood first. Her movements were fluid, effortless. The man followed. They walked down the aisle without a sound. The other me stood as they reached his seat. He stepped aside for them, and they passed right through him. Not like ghosts, like mist parting around a stone. Then they turned to me. The woman spoke. "You've seen all the signs, heard all the warnings. We can't follow you forever." The man added, "We've kept your seat open." I shook my head. "I didn't ask for this. I didn't." "You stayed," the woman said gently. "That was your answer." My legs felt weak. I dropped into the nearest seat, trying to breathe, trying to anchor myself in the feeling of the fabric under my palms, the slight rattle of the window, the faint smell of oil and old vinyl. "You still think this is about punishment?" she said. "It's not?" I asked, my voice small. "It's about resolution," the man said. "For what?" "For what you did," the woman replied, "and for what you refused to do after." I searched their faces for meaning, for memory, for anything I could latch onto, but there was nothing, just the heavy sense that the truth was there, inches away, but I didn't want to look directly at it. And that's when I remembered something. A moment I hadn't thought about in years. The intersection near 8th and Logan. The red light. The phone buzzing in the passenger seat. and the shadow that darted out into the road just as I looked down. The screech of tires, the silence afterward. The police said it wasn't my fault. No witnesses, no cameras. But I remembered now. The girl, 6, maybe 7, a red jacket, running after something, maybe a dog, maybe nothing. I never found out. I left. I didn't stop. I told myself I imagined it, that I'd braked in time, but I didn't check. I just drove. The strangers watched me quietly as it all came back, one sickening detail at a time. You were supposed to face it, the man said. But you buried it instead, the woman finished. I felt the bus slow. The trees parted. And in the distance, I saw another version of the city. But this one wasn't empty. People walked the streets. Cars moved. Lights blinked in windows. It looked like life. Normal, busy, indifferent life. The woman gestured toward it. You can still get off, she said. But not as the man you were. I looked down at my hands. They looked the same, but they weren't. I wasn't, and I knew, without being told, that if I stepped off this time, I wouldn't come back to the same world. Because the version of me who had ignored that moment, who had spent years pretending it hadn't happened, he was done. The next step was mine. The bus stopped. No sound, no hiss of air brakes. Just a soft, final stillness, the kind you feel more than here. I didn't move. Outside the window, life carried on. A street I half recognized shimmered in the late afternoon light. People walked briskly, heads down, caught in errands or thoughts or routines. Cars passed. Doors opened and shut. The world didn't care that I'd just come face to face with a version of myself I didn't want to know. It was the indifference that hit hardest. The woman spoke again, voice quiet but steady. You don't have to carry it anymore. I wanted to ask what it was, but I knew it was the silence. The decision I made not to stop that night, the way I told myself it hadn't happened. The way I buried the memory like a body and just kept driving forward, like it was something I could outrun. The guilt had been with me for years, hiding just beneath everything. I hadn't known its shape until now, but I'd always felt its weight. I turned toward them, toward the strangers who had been following me. Why now? I asked. Why not sooner? The man looked at me like he already knew what I was going to say next. You weren't ready to remember. But I did, I said. I remembered. So what happens now? He didn't answer. Neither did the woman. The seat across from me, the one where the other me had been, was empty now. Not just vacant, but wiped clean, like whoever had been there had never existed. I looked at the city again, through the window. It looked ordinary, comforting even, familiar but distant, like an old photograph of a place you used to love, but can't quite place anymore. I stood slowly. My legs were stiff, like I'd aged in that seat. I turned to Glenn, who hadn't moved since the last stop. His eyes were still on the road, even though there was nowhere left to go. "Is this it?" I asked. He didn't blink. "Up to you." I looked back once more at the strangers. They were still seated, side by side, hands folded neatly in their laps. "If I get off, what happens to you?" The woman tilted her head, almost kindly. "We follow the next one." "The next what?" "The next person who drifts." The bus went quiet again. I stepped toward the doors. They opened without a sound. I stood at the edge of the steps, one foot hovering in the space between then and now, between the self I'd been and whoever I might be after this. And I stepped down. The air outside was warm, soft, the sun low in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the pavement. No one looked at me, not one of the passers-by. I was just another body in motion, another shape among many. It felt grounding, comforting even. I turned, half expecting the bus to disappear the moment I looked away. But it didn't. It was still there. Same bus, same number, same faded paint and worn tires. But through the windows, it was empty. Glenn, the strangers, my seat, gone. The bus pulled away, slow and smooth, and turned down a side street I didn't recognize. Then it was out of sight. I stood on the sidewalk for a long time, let the city move around me. Eventually, I started walking. No plan, no direction, just forward. The sounds of the world came back slowly, horns in the distance, a dog barking, a teenager laughing into a phone. Life. I turned a corner and saw something strange. A church I recognized, but it wasn't where it should be. A coffee shop with a name I didn't remember, even though the inside looked familiar. My feet led me to a street I swore I knew, but none of the street signs matched. The world had been rebuilt, slightly, subtly, and I understood somehow that this wasn't the same place I'd left behind. It wasn't punishment. It wasn't exile. It was after. Not heaven, not hell. Just another version. One where the weight had shifted. I passed a small park. A group of kids played tag near the swings. A woman pushed a stroller. A man on a bench flipped through a paperback. Everything looked so normal it hurt. I sat down on a nearby bench and let the feeling wash over me. And then I saw her. A little girl standing near the jungle gym. Red jacket. Black shoes. Same height. Same dark hair tied in 2 neat braids. She was holding a stuffed dog, dirty, well-loved, just like the one I'd seen bounce into the street all those years ago. My chest tightened. She looked at me. Not long, just a glance. Then she turned and ran to join the others. I closed my eyes. When I opened them, she was gone. That night, I went home, or what felt like home. The key still worked. My name was still on the mailbox, but the apartment inside was different, brighter. Like someone had opened a few windows and aired out the ghosts. The photos on the wall were new. I didn't remember taking them, but they were mine. The kitchen table, the one I swore I built with my sister's help, was still there. But when I opened the drawer, I found a note tucked neatly inside. Just one sentence, written in clean, narrow handwriting. "You made it off the bus." I sat down, the note in my hand, and breathed deeply, fully. For the first time in years, whatever came next, I was ready. Because I had remembered, and because I had chosen to step down. The days after I got off the bus felt slow, but not in a bad way, not like before. It was the kind of slow you feel when you've been moving too fast for too long and you finally stop, like your mind has to recalibrate to silence, like your body doesn't know what to do with peace. I'd never realized how much noise I had been carrying inside, around me, woven into every routine. I woke up the next morning to sunlight bleeding in through the blinds. No dreams, no whispers, just quiet. And for the first time in years, I didn't dread it. The city felt different now, but I'd accepted that. It wasn't mine exactly, but it wasn't foreign either. It was a version, a mirror held at just the right angle to show me what I'd missed. There were people who seemed familiar, but when I tried to place them, the memory would shift like sand in my hand. And I didn't chase it, I let it be. Some things are meant to be remembered in pieces. I started walking everywhere again, not to run from anything, but because I wanted to look, to really see. It's strange how easily you can pass through your life without noticing the details. The way trees lean into each other, the chipped paint on the corner bodega, the way strangers nod when they catch your eye, like some part of them recognizes that you're both real. I watched the buses too. Not every day, just often enough. Sometimes I'd see Route 111 roll past. The number would flicker on the screen up front, same as it always had. And for a brief moment, I'd hold my breath, watching the windows, waiting. But they never came back. Not the strangers, not Glenn, not the version of me who used to sit in that second row seat, shoulders hunched, headphones in, trying to disappear. That man was gone, and I was okay with that. A few weeks after I stepped off the bus, I walked into a support center on the south side. I didn't plan to. I was just wandering and saw the sign. Community grief counseling. Free walk-ins. I stood outside the door for a long time before I pushed it open. The woman at the desk didn't ask questions. She just smiled, handed me a form, and told me to take my time. I didn't fill out most of it, just my name. And under reason for visit, I wrote, for something I saw, for something I did, for someone I didn't stop. I didn't know what I expected from the first session. Confession, forgiveness, answers. What I got was a room with 2 chairs and a man named Dorian, who looked like he'd been tired for a very long time, but in a way that made him patient. He didn't push me to talk, he just waited. And when I started, it wasn't the whole story, not at first, just fragments, feelings, a bus, a pair of eyes that never blinked, a moment in traffic I never truly faced. I didn't mention the words strangers or reflections. I didn't say anything about Glenn. It would have sounded too strange out loud, too far from what people expect grief or guilt to look like. But Dorian listened anyway, and something about that made space in me. Slowly, session by session, I started filling in the blanks. I talked about the girl, how I didn't stop, how I let myself believe that if no one saw it, it hadn't happened. Dorian didn't call me a monster. He didn't pity me either. He just nodded, sometimes scribbled something on a notepad, but mostly he let me talk. And that helped. It helped more than I ever expected. A month after that, I found myself outside the school near my old apartment, not for any reason. I was walking again, and my feet led me there. It was recess. Kids shouting, laughing, chasing each other around like their joy had nowhere to land. And then I saw her. A little girl in a red coat, sitting alone near the fence, talking to her stuffed dog like it was the only one who listened. I froze. For a second, I thought it was her. But when she looked up, she had blue eyes, not brown, and a gap between her teeth that made her grin crooked and bright. Not the girl from the road. A different girl, but still someone. She waved. I hesitated, then waved back. That night, I wrote her name down, not the girl at the school, the other one, the one I never stopped for. I didn't know it at the time. I never asked, never waited for sirens or names, but somehow I think I always knew. I wrote it down. I lit a candle, and I said it out loud. It didn't fix anything. It didn't bring her back, but it mattered. Saying it mattered. I think that's what the strangers were waiting for all along. Not fear, not regret, but acknowledgement. Some pain you can't bury, you're not supposed to. You're supposed to carry it, learn how to walk differently with it, how to talk through it, how to stop letting it shape your whole damn life. And eventually, how to set it down. Not forget, but stop pretending it never happened. One night, I stood at my window and looked down at the street, the same way I had so many times before. And there, parked quietly at the curb, was the bus. Route 111. No driver. No passengers. Just waiting. I didn't go down. I didn't need to. Instead, I stood there for a while, one hand on the glass, watching it. And when it finally pulled away, fading into the dark like a memory, I smiled. A real one. Because I'd already stepped off. And I wasn't going back. I don't know how to explain what I saw that night. Even now, thinking about it makes my stomach twist and my skin crawl. It was one of those nights when sleep felt impossible, the air in the room heavy and restless. I was lying there in bed, staring at the dark ceiling, trying to will myself to drift off. Outside, the world was quiet, too quiet. That kind of deep silence that feels like it is pressing in on you from all sides. I must have dozed off at some point because I woke up to a noise. It was not loud, just this soft scraping sound that seemed to echo in the darkness. At first, I thought it was the branches of the old oak tree outside, maybe the wind pushing them against the building. But the sound kept going, this steady, deliberate rhythm that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I sat up in bed, my heart already beating faster. The scraping was coming from the window, the one that looked out over the small strip of woods behind the complex. I tried to tell myself it was nothing. Maybe an animal, maybe a bird, but there was something about it that felt wrong. I pulled back the curtain just a crack, and that was when I saw him. He was tall and pale, his skin almost glowing in the dim light from the street lamp. He was naked, completely and utterly exposed, and he was clinging to the drain pipe just outside my window. His fingers were wrapped so tight around the metal that I could see his knuckles, white and straining. His ribs stood out in sharp relief every time he took a breath, each inhale so deep and ragged that I could hear it through the glass. He did not move. He just stood there, staring at me with these wide, unblinking eyes that seemed to shimmer in the half-dark. For a moment, I could not move either. I just stood there, the curtain bunched in my hand, my breath caught somewhere between a gasp and a scream. I do not know how long we stayed like that, maybe seconds, maybe longer, but it felt like an eternity, the two of us locked in that silent, frozen moment. My mind was racing, every nerve in my body screaming at me to do something. Call the police, run, hide, but I could not seem to make myself move. Finally, he shifted, slowly, like every movement was deliberate. He turned his head and looked away from me, down at the ground below. Then, hand over hand, he began to climb down the drain pipe. His bare feet slipped once on the metal, but he did not make a sound, just kept going, inch by inch, until he reached the ground. I watched him walk away, his pale skin catching the light as he moved into the shadows of the trees. The woods swallowed him up, and then he was gone, like he had never been there at all. I stood there for a long time after that, the curtain still clenched in my fist, my whole body shaking. My mouth felt dry and my legs felt like they would not hold me if I tried to walk. I kept thinking about the way he had looked at me, the way he had not seemed surprised to see me staring back, like he had been expecting me. Eventually, I managed to close the curtain and back away from the window. My hands were shaking so badly I had to sit down on the edge of the bed. I felt like I could still hear his breathing, that ragged, hungry sound echoing in my ears. I called the police a few minutes later. My voice was calm, too calm, like it was not really me speaking. I told them what I had seen, about the man outside my window, about the way he had climbed down and vanished into the woods. They said they would send someone to check it out, that I should lock my doors and stay inside. I did what they said. I checked every lock in the apartment twice, then a third time for good measure. I turned on every light and sat in the middle of the living room, my phone clutched in my hand. I could not stop shaking, my mind replaying the image of that man over and over again. The way he had stood there, so still and silent, like he was waiting for something. The police came about 30 minutes later. I could see the flash of their flashlights outside moving through the trees, the beams cutting through the darkness. They knocked on my door and I let them in, trying to keep my voice steady as I told them everything again. They nodded. their faces serious but calm, and said they would keep looking. They found footprints in the dirt under my window, bare footprints, deep and clear in the soft earth, but there was nothing else, no clothes, no sign of who he was or where he had gone. Just those footprints leading away into the trees like a trail of ghosts. They said they would patrol the area for the rest of the night, but there was not much else they could do. One of the officers gave me a sympathetic smile and told me to get some rest, that it was probably just some transient, someone passing through, but I could see it in his eyes. He was as unsettled as I was. After they left, I sat in the living room for a long time, the lights still on, my back pressed against the couch. I did not want to go back to the bedroom, did not want to see that window again. I kept thinking about the way he had looked at me, the way his chest had heaved with every breath, the way he had not seemed afraid at all. I do not know what he wanted or why he had chosen my window, but I know I will never forget the way he looked in the dark, pale and still and utterly human. And I know that even if I never see him again, I will always wonder if he is still out there, watching. The next morning, the world looked exactly the same as it always did. The sun rose and painted everything gold. The birds sang in the trees, and the air smelled like fresh-cut grass and warm pavement. But nothing felt normal to me. Everything felt too bright, too loud, like the world was moving on without noticing the crack that had split open in my life the night before. I tried to go about my usual routine, made coffee, fed the cat, turned on the news just to hear another human voice in the room, but every small sound made me jump. The scrape of a chair against the floor, the creak of the old pipes in the wall, they all felt too close, like they were happening right beside me instead of somewhere in the house. I kept thinking about the man I had seen, his pale skin, the way his ribs moved with each breath, the way he had not even flinched when he saw me watching him. I could not get that image out of my head, no matter how hard I tried. At work, I tried to act like everything was normal. My coworkers made small talk about the weather, about the football game the night before. I smiled and nodded, but inside I felt hollow. My mind kept drifting back to the window, to the woods behind my building, to the footprints the police had found in the dirt. I wanted to tell someone. I wanted to stand up in the middle of the office and shout, "I saw him. I saw something I cannot explain," but I did not. I kept it locked inside, where it felt like it was growing bigger and colder by the hour. That night, I sat in the living room with the lights on and the curtains closed. I could not bring myself to go into the bedroom. I kept replaying it all in my head, the scraping sound, the way he had just stood there, the way he had finally turned and disappeared into the trees. I thought about how close he had been, just a thin pane of glass and a few feet of empty air between us. I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his face, not his features. Really, it was too dark to see them clearly, but the shape of him, the stillness, the certainty. It was like he had not been surprised to see me there at all, like he had been waiting for me to look. The next morning I called the police station to ask if they had found anything else. The officer who answered was polite but vague. "We're still looking into it," he said. "We've had a couple of reports of suspicious activity in the area, but nothing concrete." I thanked him and hung up, but his voice had that same careful calm that told me he did not really believe anything would come of it. Maybe he thought it was just some stranger passing through, someone with nowhere else to go, but I knew better. That afternoon, I went out back and walked along the edge of the woods. I told myself I was just getting some fresh air, but really I was looking for something, anything, a footprint, a piece of clothing, some sign that what I had seen was real and not just a dream I could not wake up from. The ground was soft from the rain the night before, and I could see marks in the dirt, small depressions where someone had walked. They could have been from anyone, I told myself. A neighbor, a kid playing in the trees, but they felt like a message, like a path that led back to that window and the man who had watched me. I stood there for a long time, listening to the wind in the leaves and the distant hum of traffic. I kept expecting to hear that breathing again, the harsh, ragged sound of someone just outside my sight. But the woods were quiet, the kind of quiet that felt like it was holding its breath. When I went back inside, I locked the door behind me and checked every window twice. I tried to tell myself that I was being silly, that I was letting my fear turn something small into something bigger. But deep down I knew that what I had seen was real, and I knew that it was not over. That night I tried to go to bed like normal. I turned off the lights, pulled the covers up around me, and closed my eyes. But every time I started to drift off, I would jolt awake, sure I had heard something, a scrape, a breath, a whisper that was not really there. I finally gave up and went to sit in the living room again. I wrapped a blanket around myself and stared at the door to the balcony, half expecting to see him there, pressed against the glass. But there was nothing, just the soft glow of the street lights and the distant sound of a car engine somewhere far away. At some point, I must have dozed off because I woke up with a start to the sound of something moving outside. My heart was pounding so hard I could barely hear. I got up slowly, every nerve in my body screaming at me to stop, to go back to bed and pretend I had not heard anything. I pulled back the curtain just a little, just enough to see. He was there. Standing at the edge of the woods, his pale body almost glowing in the darkness. He was closer this time, just at the edge of the light from the street lamp. I could see the shape of him clearly, the way he stood so still, like he was part of the trees. He was watching me. I felt my breath catch in my throat. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything but stand there, but I could not look away. We stood there like that for what felt like hours, locked in this silent, terrible moment. And then, as slowly and carefully as before, he turned and walked back into the trees. I do not know what he wants. I do not know why he chose my window, my building, my life. But I know he will come back, and I know that next time, I might not be brave enough to just stand there and watch. The next few days passed in a haze. I went to work, I went through the motions, but I could not shake the feeling that he was always there, watching, waiting. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his pale face, the way his ribs seemed to move with each ragged breath, the way he never flinched, never looked away, even when I did. At work, I felt like I was moving through a world that did not quite fit anymore. My co-workers talked and laughed and shared weekend plans like nothing had changed, like the world was still safe. But I could not join in. I felt like there was a pane of glass between me and everyone else, and on the other side was that man, breathing softly in the dark. I stopped sleeping in my bedroom. I started sleeping on the couch in the living room, the lights on, the curtains drawn tight. It did not help much. I still woke up in the middle of the night, my heart pounding in the darkness. Sometimes I would think I heard that scraping sound again, soft and patient, like fingers tracing the window frame. Other times it was just the wind, but I never really knew. One evening, I decided to go for a walk just to clear my head. The sun was setting, the sky painted in soft pinks and oranges that almost made me forget how heavy everything felt. I walked slowly, letting the air fill my lungs, trying to remind myself that the world was still there, that it was still turning. As I walked past the edge of the woods, I stopped. There, in the dirt, were footprints. Bare footprints, long and narrow, pressed deep into the soft earth. My breath caught in my chest. I crouched down, reaching out to touch the edge of one. The dirt was still damp from the rain the night before, the shape of his toes clear and sharp. I stood up quickly, my hands shaking. I looked around, half expecting to see him standing there just beyond the tree line, watching me. But the woods were quiet, the shadows deep and still. I backed away slowly, my heart beating so hard I could feel it in my throat. I went home and locked the door behind me, turning every light in the apartment on. I stood in the kitchen for a long time, trying to calm my breathing, my mind replaying the feel of the dirt under my fingers. The shape of those footprints felt burned into my memory. That night, I could not bring myself to sit by the window. I turned the couch to face the door instead, as if that would keep me safer. I pulled the blanket around my shoulders and waited for the night to end. At exactly 3 a.m, I heard the noise again. Not the soft scrape of branches or the hum of the refrigerator. It was breathing, slow, steady, too deep and too close to be mine. I held my breath, my hands gripping the edge of the blanket so hard it hurt. I did not move. I did not even blink. The breathing went on for what felt like forever, each inhale and exhale a quiet promise in the darkness. Finally, it stopped. I waited for a long time after that, listening to the silence that followed, half afraid to believe it was really gone. In the morning, I checked the window. There were smudges on the glass, faint and oily, like the marks left by fingertips. I ran my hand over them, feeling the cold smoothness of the glass, and shivered. I called the police again, my voice calm and measured, even though my hands were shaking. I told them about the footprints, about the breathing outside the window. They said they would send someone to look around. But when they came, all they found were those same footprints, leading to the edge of the woods and disappearing into the trees. They told me they would keep an eye on the area, that they would increase patrols, but I could hear it in their voices. They thought it was just a drifter, someone passing through. They did not see the way he looked at me, the way he stood so still, like he was part of the night itself. After they left, I sat in the living room for a long time, the quiet pressing in on me. I thought about moving, about packing a bag and leaving everything behind, but I knew it would not matter. Wherever I went, I would still see him in the dark. I would still feel his breath on the glass. That night, I dreamed about him. I dreamed I was standing at the window, the glass cold against my forehead. Outside, he was waiting. He was closer than before, his face just inches away. His eyes were so dark, like the night had found a way to crawl inside him and never leave. In the dream, he raised a hand and pressed it against the glass, his fingers splayed and thin. I raised mine too, and for a moment it felt like we were touching, like the cold of the window was the only thing that kept him from pulling me out into the night. I woke up gasping, my heart racing, the sheets tangled around my legs. I could still feel the cold of the glass, the weight of his gaze on me, even though I was alone in the room. I sat up and looked around the living room, every shadow suddenly sharp and alive. I got up and checked the locks again, even though I knew they were all still closed. It was not the locks that scared me. It was the feeling that he did not need them, that if he wanted to come in, nothing I did would stop him. I do not know how long this will go on. I do not know what he wants or why he keeps coming back, but I know that I will never forget the way he looked at me, the way he breathed in the dark. And I know that no matter how bright the morning sun, I will always be waiting for that scraping sound to come again. The next day felt like a blur of static in my head. I went to work, but everything felt off. The lights in the office seemed too bright, the hum of the air conditioning too loud, and the voices of my coworkers all blurred together like white noise. I moved through the day like a ghost, nodding and smiling when I had to, but always with one ear turned inward, listening for the echo of his breathing, even when I knew he was not there. When I got home that evening, I stood in the doorway for a long time before I stepped inside. The apartment smelled like coffee and soap and something else, something sharp and clean that reminded me of hospitals. I told myself it was just the scent of the cleaning spray I had used that morning, but I could not shake the thought that it was something else, something left behind by him. I walked through each room slowly, checking every lock, every window. I knew they were all secure, but I had to be sure. When I finally reached the bedroom, I stood in the doorway and stared at the window. The curtains were drawn tight, but I could still feel the cold of the glass, the memory of his hand pressed against it in my dreams. I turned away and went to the living room, pulling the couch closer to the center of the room so I could see every doorway. I turned on the television, not because I wanted to watch it, but because I needed the noise. The chatter of the newscasters was thin and artificial, but it was enough to keep the silence at bay. As the night settled in around me, I tried to read a book, but the words would not stay in my head. My eyes kept drifting to the window, to the faint movement of the curtains in the draft. Every creak of the floorboards felt like footsteps. Every brush of the wind against the glass felt like a hand reaching out to find me. I tried to tell myself that I was being paranoid, that he would not come back again, but I knew better. I knew the way he had looked at me, the way he had stood there like he was waiting for something only he could see. Around midnight, I turned off the television and sat in the dark, listening. The night outside was quiet, the distant sound of cars on the main road, the only sign that the world was still turning. I pulled the blanket tighter around my shoulders and closed my eyes, focusing on the rhythm of my breathing. I do not know how long I sat there like that. Time felt slippery, like it was stretching out into something that did not have an end. I must have drifted off at some point, because I woke up to the sound of something moving outside. It was not loud, just a soft shifting in the darkness, a careful, deliberate sound that made my blood run cold. I sat perfectly still, my heart thudding so hard I thought it would wake the whole neighborhood. Slowly, I turned my head to the window. The curtains were still closed, but I could see the faint outline of movement behind them, a shadow, tall and thin, swaying slightly like it was breathing with me. I did not move. I did not dare. I watched the shape for what felt like forever. My hands clenched so tight in the blanket that my knuckles ached. I could hear my own breath, shaky and too loud in the silence. Then, as if it knew I was watching, The shape leaned closer. I could hear it now, the ragged sound of its breathing, so much like mine but not mine at all. The slow drag of air in and out, like it was trying to match the rhythm of my own lungs. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything but sit there. But I could not move. My body felt like it was made of stone, every muscle locked in place by a fear that went deeper than anything I had ever known. The shadow stayed there for a long time, just breathing, and then, as slowly and carefully as it had appeared, it slipped away. The curtains stopped moving, the air in the room felt less heavy, and I was alone again. I sat there until the sun started to rise, the first pale light of morning pushing back the darkness. When I finally stood up, my legs were stiff and shaky, and my head felt like it was full of fog. I went to the window and pulled the curtains back. The street below was empty, the world washed clean by the light of dawn. There was no sign of him, no footprints, no smudges on the glass. Just the quiet of a new day. But I knew he had been there. I could still feel the cold where his breath had touched the window, could still hear the echo of that ragged sound in the back of my mind. I called the police again, my voice calm but tight. I told them what I had seen, about the shape behind the curtains, the breathing. They said they would send someone to look around, but I could hear the doubt in their voices. I did not blame them. Even as I said the words out loud, they sounded crazy to me too. But I knew what I had seen. I knew what I had heard. When the police came, they walked through the woods again, their flashlights cutting through the trees like thin blades of light. They found nothing. No footprints, no sign of anyone having been there at all. After they left, I sat in the living room, the morning light creeping slowly across the floor. I thought about the way he had watched me, the way he had moved so silently through the night. I thought about how close he had been, just a breath away from me. I do not know what he wants. I do not know if he will come back tonight, or if he is already here, standing just outside the reach of the light, but I know that I will be ready. I will sit in the quiet and listen, and I will not look away. Because I know now that he is not just a man, he is something else, something that does not need a name to be real. And I know that no matter how bright the sun, he is still out there waiting. The next few days were a kind of quiet torment. Each morning I woke up exhausted, the memory of those long hours of darkness clinging to me like a second skin. I went through my routines, work and home, and the small rituals I used to keep the world feeling normal, but it all felt like a performance, like I was going through the motions of a life that no longer fit. My coworkers did not notice, or if they did, they were kind enough to pretend. I would see them looking at me sometimes, eyes flicking up from their screens, a moment of concern that quickly passed. I could not blame them. I did not know how to explain it to myself, let alone to anyone else. At home, I kept the curtains drawn tight. Every night I moved the couch again, pulling it closer to the center of the room. It felt like the only place where I could see everything at once, the only place where I might have a chance to keep him from slipping inside. I had stopped calling the police. I knew they would not find anything. They had come 3 times already, each time walking the perimeter of the building with their flashlights and polite questions. Each time leaving without answers. I could see it in their faces, the careful patience of people who thought they were dealing with someone on the edge. I knew what they thought, that I was seeing things, imagining it all in the darkness, Maybe part of me even wanted to believe that too, but I couldn't. Not when I had seen him so clearly. Not when I could still hear the way he breathed, deep and ragged and too close. One night, I tried something different. I left the window open a crack, just enough to let in the cold night air. I wanted to see if he would come closer if there was nothing between us but a thin veil of air. I do not know why. Maybe I thought it would be better to face him than to keep waiting for him to come to me. I sat on the couch, wrapped in a blanket, and waited. The hours passed slowly. The city around me was quiet, the usual sounds of traffic and distant voices muted by the heavy darkness. I watched the curtains move in the faint breeze, the way the moonlight painted shifting patterns on the floor. Around 3 a.m, I heard it again. That slow, careful breathing just outside the window. My heart froze in my chest. I forced myself to stay still, to keep watching. I saw the curtain move just a little. A pale hand, long fingers splayed, pressed against the glass. The skin was so white it almost glowed in the moonlight, the veins beneath it dark and thin. I could see the way his ribs rose and fell with each breath, the slow heave of his chest. He did not speak. He did not move beyond that. He just stood there, breathing, his fingers leaving faint smudges on the glass. I could feel the air from his lungs, cold and damp, seeping into the room. I do not know how long we stayed like that. It felt like hours, though I know it was only minutes. Then, as slowly and deliberately as he had appeared, he pulled his hand back. The curtain settled into place, and the breathing stopped. I sat there, my whole body trembling, and listened to the silence. It felt heavier than any noise could have been, a thick blanket of quiet that pressed in on my chest. When dawn came, I got up and opened the window all the way. The air smelled fresh, clean, like rain. I leaned out and looked down. There were footprints in the dirt, the same bare prints I had seen before, leading away into the trees. I closed the window and sat back down. My head felt light, my hands numb. I kept thinking about the way his hand had looked against the glass, the way it had seemed almost gentle, like a question he was asking that I did not know how to answer. At work that day, I could barely concentrate. My boss asked me to stay late, some last-minute report that needed to be done. I said yes, even though I knew I would not be able to focus. Anything to keep me out of the apartment for a little while longer. When I finally got home, the sun was already down, the air cool and still. I stood in front of the building for a long time, staring up at my window. It looked so normal from the outside, just another square of darkness in a row of dark windows, but I knew what waited on the other side of that glass. I went inside and locked the door behind me. I did not turn on the lights. I sat on the couch in the dim glow from the street lamp outside and listened. The quiet felt almost like a living thing, a presence that pressed against my skin. I do not know how to explain what happened next. It was not a sound, not exactly, more like a shift in the air, a sudden awareness that he was there. I turned slowly, and he was standing in the doorway to the kitchen, just a few feet away. His skin was as pale as ever, his eyes dark and hollow in the shadows. He was breathing slowly, his chest rising and falling with that same deliberate rhythm. I could see every bone, every line of muscle beneath his skin. He did not speak, he did not smile, he just watched me, his head tilted slightly to one side like he was studying me. I could not move. My whole body felt locked in place, every instinct screaming to run, but my legs refusing to listen. We stared at each other for what felt like a lifetime, the silence between us thick and suffocating. Then, as if he had made some silent decision, he turned and walked back into the kitchen. I heard the faint sound of the back door opening, the soft scrape of his feet on the floor, and then he was gone. I sat there until the sun rose, the first light of day washing the fear from the corners of the room. But it did not wash it from me. The morning after he stood in my kitchen doorway felt like I was walking through a fog. I moved around the apartment slowly, touching everything like I needed to be sure it was real. The kitchen table, the edge of the sink, the soft worn rug beneath my feet. The apartment was exactly the same as it had always been, but it felt different somehow. Like something invisible had been shifted just enough to make me question every shadow, every creak of the floorboards. I kept expecting to find some sign that he had been here, a footprint, a smudge on the door, but there was nothing, just the same quiet, empty rooms. I tried to tell myself that it was over, that maybe I would not see him again, but deep down I knew better. I could feel it in the air, that thick, electric tension that never really went away. I thought about calling someone, about telling a friend or even my mother what had happened, but the words felt too heavy to say out loud. I knew how it would sound. Like a bad dream or a story I had made up to scare myself. I did not want to see that look in their eyes, the one that said they were trying to understand but did not really believe. So I kept it to myself. I went to work and smiled at my co-workers. I answered emails and filed reports. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw him standing in my kitchen, pale and still, and utterly patient, waiting for something I could not name. At night, I sat on the couch with the lights on, my eyes fixed on the window. I thought about moving, about packing up and leaving everything behind, but I knew that would not change anything. I could go anywhere, start over 100 times, and he would still find me, because he was not just a man in the dark. He was something that lived in the spaces between waking and sleep, in the soft edges of the night that never really belonged to the day. I decided to do something I had been too afraid to try. I went out to the woods behind the building in the daylight, my feet crunching softly on the leaves and twigs. The sun was bright, the air cool and sweet. It felt almost normal, almost safe. I walked slowly, looking for anything that might explain why he kept coming back to me. I did not find much. A few broken branches, a faint path where the dirt was pressed down, but no answers, no sign of where he had come from or where he went when he disappeared into the trees. I stood there for a long time listening to the soft rustle of the wind in the leaves. I thought about how he had looked at me, the way he had never seemed surprised or afraid, like he had always known that I would be here, waiting. That night, I went back to my routine, the couch, the blanket, the soft murmur of the television turned low just to keep the silence at bay. But there was something different in the air, a kind of stillness that felt almost peaceful. At exactly 3 a.m, I heard the scrape of his hand on the glass. My breath caught, my heart beating so hard I thought it would crack my ribs, but I did not move. I just sat there, my hands clenched in the blanket, and waited. The curtain moved slowly, and he was there, standing just outside the window, his pale skin almost silver in the moonlight. His eyes met mine, and for the first time, I thought I saw something like sadness there, a flicker of something that was not hunger or malice, but a quiet, endless loneliness. He raised his hand and pressed it against the glass. I did not flinch this time. I raised my hand too, and for a moment it felt like we were touching. The cold of the glass, the soft whisper of breath on the other side. It was not comfort, but it was not fear either. Just a quiet recognition, a moment of understanding that I did not have words for. We stayed like that for a long time, the night holding its breath around us. Then, as slowly as he had come, he stepped back. He turned and walked into the woods, the darkness closing around him like a door. I sat there until the sun rose, the first light of dawn painting the world in soft gold. I felt tired, but it was a clean, quiet tired, not the frantic, panicked exhaustion that had lived in me for so long. I do not know if he will come back. Maybe he has finally found what he was looking for, or maybe he will always be out there, just beyond the edge of the light. But I am not afraid anymore. I have seen him. I have stood in that silence and let it wash over me. And I know that whatever he was, whatever he is, he was never really mine to fear. The next morning I opened all the windows and let the cool air fill the apartment. I washed the blankets, cleaned every corner, letting the scent of soap and fresh air push out the last of the shadows. I made coffee and sat at the kitchen table, the sun warm on my skin. It felt like the first breath I had taken in a long time. Sometimes late at night I still think I hear him, a soft scrape against the window, a breath that is not quite mine, but I do not run, I do not hide. I just sit in the quiet and let the darkness be what it is, because I know now that there is nothing left to fear in it, nothing but the soft echo of my own heart, steady and strong in the night. And that, I think, is enough. I inherited the farmhouse unexpectedly, a kind of surprise from a distant relative I barely knew existed. The letter came out of nowhere, a formal note in the mail informing me that an old property in rural Kentucky had been passed down to me. I had never been particularly close to that side of the family, and honestly, I did not even know where the house was until I started looking it up on a map. It was isolated, surrounded by acres of farmland and woods, miles from the nearest town. Part of me was excited to have a place of my own, a chance to escape the noise of city life, but another part of me felt a quiet unease as I drove up the long, winding dirt road toward the house. The farmhouse itself was weathered but sturdy, built sometime in the late 1800s, with peeling white paint and a sagging porch that creaked underfoot. Inside, the air smelled like old wood and forgotten memories, thick with dust and the faint scent of something I could not place. I spent the first day unpacking what little I had brought, exploring the rooms with a mix of curiosity and caution. The spare bedroom was small and dimly lit, with a single closet that immediately caught my attention. The door would not stay shut, no matter how many times I bolted it. It would always slowly swing open again, as if pushed by an unseen hand. That night, as I lay in bed trying to adjust to the unfamiliar sounds of the countryside, I heard a soft humming coming from somewhere in the house. It was a gentle, almost soothing melody, but there was something haunting about the tone. The voice sounded faintly familiar, like a lullaby I might have heard in childhood but could not quite place. I told myself it was just the house settling or maybe the wind moving through the cracks. But the humming continued night after night, always coming from the direction of the spare room closet. One evening, I caught a glimpse of something in the mirror hanging in the hallway, a woman standing just behind me. I spun around, heart pounding, but there was no one there. I looked back at the mirror and saw her again. Her mouth moved as if she was trying to speak, but no sound came out. She had long dark hair and wore old-fashioned clothes that looked out of place in the modern world. The feeling of her presence was overwhelming, as if she was trying to tell me something important, something I needed to understand. Curious and a little unnerved, I spoke with the neighbor next door, an elderly woman who had lived in the area all her life. She told me stories about the house's past, about a midwife who had lived there in the 1800s and vanished mysteriously. The rumor was that the woman had been buried within the walls of the basement, hidden away for reasons no one could fully explain. The neighbor's eyes darkened as she spoke, warning me to be careful and respectful, as some secrets were meant to stay buried. Driven by a mix of fear and fascination, I decided to investigate the closet more thoroughly. Behind the boards lining the back, I discovered a hollow gap, an empty space that looked like it had once been used to hide something or someone. But there was no sign of a body or any bones, just a small faded child's nightgown hanging on a rusty nail. It was delicate and old, the kind of garment a child might have worn more than a century ago. I could not explain why the nightgown disturbed me so deeply. It was like a fragment of a story left untold, a piece of the past reaching out to the present. The humming grew louder, and the woman in the mirror appeared more frequently, her eyes pleading and mouth forming words I could not hear. The house was full of shadows, memories, and whispers, and I was starting to wonder if I had inherited more than just an old farmhouse. I was beginning to realize that this place held secrets, secrets that might not want to be uncovered. The next few days were a blur of restless nights and uneasy mornings. The humming never stopped, drifting through the house like a ghostly lullaby that I could neither catch nor understand. It seemed to come from the spare room closet, the same one that refused to stay closed. I found myself avoiding that room, but the pull was too strong. Something about it whispered to me, drawing me in even as it unsettled every part of my being. I spent more time talking to the neighbor, an older woman named Martha, who seemed to know everything about the house's history and more. She told me stories about the midwife who lived there in the late 1800s, a woman named Eliza. Martha said Eliza was well respected in the community, known for helping women through difficult births in a time when doctors were few and far between. But Eliza's story ended abruptly. One day she simply vanished, and no one ever saw her again. Rumors spread that she had been accused of witchcraft, that she was punished by the townspeople, or worse. Some said she hid herself in the house, and others whispered darker tales about what might have happened in the basement walls. Martha warned me that Eliza's spirit was said to linger, restless and trapped, unable to find peace. She spoke of strange noises at night, doors that opened and closed on their own, and the faint smell of lavender, Eliza's favorite scent, Martha said, that would sometimes fill the air. The stories chilled me, but there was a sadness in Martha's voice that made me want to understand more, not less. I decided to spend a night in the spare room, determined to confront whatever haunted that closet. The house creaked and groaned as the wind picked up outside, and every shadow seemed to flicker with movement. I sat in the dark, listening to the soft humming grow louder, filling the room like a presence pressing against the walls. At one point, the closet door slowly creaked open by itself, and I could swear I saw a faint glow coming from inside. My heart hammered in my chest, but I forced myself to stand and peer into the darkness. The hollow space behind the closet boards was more extensive than I had realized, a narrow cavity that stretched deeper than I could see. The child's nightgown still hung there, and beside it, a small bundle wrapped in cloth lay forgotten. I reached in carefully and pulled out a bundle of old letters, yellowed and fragile. The handwriting was delicate and looping, and as I read, I realized they were from Eliza herself, written in a time long before electricity or even telephones. The letters spoke of a secret Eliza carried, something that terrified her. She wrote about a child she had cared for in secret, a child who was sick and could not be saved by the medicine of the day. The letters hinted at a hidden room in the house, a place where Eliza had tried to protect the child from the outside world. She feared discovery, fearing the judgment and fear of her neighbors. Her last letter was a desperate plea for forgiveness and understanding, a cry for the child she loved and lost. The discovery added a new layer to the house's mystery. The child's nightgown suddenly made sense, but questions remained. What had happened to the child? Why was Eliza never found? And why did the humming persist, a ghostly echo of a past that refused to fade? That night, I saw the woman in the mirror again. She stood behind me, more solid than before, her mouth moving silently as if trying to speak. This time I reached out, not in fear but in hope. I whispered a simple question, "What do you want me to know?" Her eyes met mine, filled with sorrow and something else, a fragile hope. Then she vanished, leaving behind the faint scent of lavender and a silence that felt more like peace. I started researching Eliza's life and the history of the house more deeply. I learned that midwives in that era often faced suspicion and hostility, their knowledge seen as unnatural or dangerous. Eliza's disappearance might have been forced by fear and superstition, a tragic result of the times. The basement, the hidden closet, and the child's nightgown were pieces of a painful puzzle, a story of love, loss, and secrets meant to be buried. The house, I realized, was not just haunted by ghosts, but by history itself. The past was woven into the walls, carried in the hum of the night and the whispers behind closed doors. And in that hum, in the woman's silent plea, I found a connection to something greater, a call to remember, to understand, and to finally listen. The days following my discovery of Eliza's letters felt different, charged with a new sense of purpose. I couldn't shake the feeling that the house was waiting for me to understand something deeper, something that tied its history and hauntings together. I found myself spending more time in that spare room, drawn to the closet that refused to stay shut and the hollow space behind the boards. Each visit felt like stepping closer to a truth long buried beneath layers of dust and silence. I began to piece together bits of Eliza's life from the letters and old records I found in the county archives. She was a woman ahead of her time, skilled and compassionate, but living in an era where fear and suspicion could turn neighbors against each other in an instant. The child she cared for had been born under difficult circumstances, and the letters hinted at illnesses and hardships no one else was willing to face openly. Eliza's desperate attempts to protect that child, to shield them from judgment and harm, were heartbreaking and haunting. One afternoon, while cleaning the basement, I noticed something peculiar. Behind a loose brick near the foundation, there was a small, narrow passageway, just wide enough for someone to crawl through. I pulled aside debris and found it led to a tiny hidden chamber. The walls were rough and unfinished, and the air was damp and musty. Inside there was nothing but faint scratches on the stone and traces of something that might have been a makeshift bed or cradle. The space felt oppressive, as if it had been a prison rather than a sanctuary. The discovery added a heavy weight to the story. This hidden chamber was likely the place Eliza had used to hide the child, a desperate refuge in a world that showed no mercy. I imagined the fear and loneliness she must have felt, the burden of secrecy, and the heartbreak of losing someone she tried so hard to save. The house, with all its creaks and whispers, seemed to carry that sorrow in every corner. That night, the humming returned, softer but more insistent. I sat quietly in the spare room, the closet door slightly ajar, and tried to listen without fear. The woman in the mirror appeared again, her face clearer this time, her eyes filled with sadness, but also a fragile hope. I wanted to reach out, to tell her that I understood, that I was here to listen and remember. She mouthed words I couldn't hear, but the feeling was unmistakable. She wanted her story told. I started to research midwifery practices and the social stigma around them in the 19th century. It was a harsh world for women like Eliza, who often operated outside the law and societal norms. Accusations of witchcraft and malice were not uncommon, and many midwives suffered at the hands of frightened communities. Eliza's disappearance could very well have been the result of fear-driven actions, a punishment for daring to help those no one else would. The isolation I felt in the farmhouse mirrored some of what Eliza might have experienced. There were nights when the house felt unbearably lonely, the silence filled only by the soft hum and the creaking of the old wood. I would find myself staring at the closet door, half expecting it to open again, to reveal more secrets, or to hear her voice calling out. It was as if the house was alive with memories that wanted to be acknowledged. I confided in Martha about the hidden chamber and the letters. She listened quietly, her eyes reflecting years of untold stories. She told me more about the town's history, about families who had come and gone, and about the shadows that sometimes lingered too long. She said that the house was a place of grief and love, a place where time did not fully move on. One evening, while sitting in the kitchen, I caught a fleeting glimpse of movement in the corner of my eye. I turned to see the woman standing in the hallway, her form translucent but unmistakable. She looked at me with a gentle sadness and then slowly faded away. I wasn't frightened anymore. Instead, I felt a connection, a quiet understanding that we were bound by this place and its history. The child's nightgown still hangs in the closet, a silent testament to a story of loss and protection. I leave it there, a reminder of Eliza's love and the mysteries that remain. Sometimes I hear the humming at night, a soft lullaby that no longer feels threatening but comforting, as if the woman in the mirror is finally at peace. Living in the farmhouse has changed me. I have learned to listen to the whispers in the walls and the stories carried by the wind. The house holds its secrets close, but it also holds its memories with care. And in the quiet moments, I feel the presence of the woman who lived and loved here long ago, a spirit who waited for someone to hear her story. The farmhouse settled into a rhythm that felt both familiar and strange. I was no longer just a visitor in its walls, but a part of its ongoing story. The humming at night had softened into a background song, something I heard more with curiosity than fear. It was as if Eliza's presence had shifted, no longer a restless spirit, but a lingering memory seeking peace. Still, the house held its secrets close, and every creak or shadow reminded me of the past that had shaped it. I began spending more time in the town, talking to people who might know more about Eliza and the house's history. The older residents were hesitant at first, reluctant to dredge up stories some preferred to leave buried. But as I shared what I had found, the letters, the hidden chamber, the humming doors began to open. Pieces of the past came together through their memories, faded photographs, and local records. One man, whose family had lived nearby for generations, told me about Eliza's final days. According to his grandmother, Eliza had been shunned after rumors spread about her midwifery practices and the mysterious illness of the child she cared for. Some believed she was cursed. Others said she had taken the child to protect it from a cruel fate. The community's fear turned to anger, and Eliza disappeared without a trace. The story felt like a tragedy rewritten by time, a woman caught in a web of superstition and misunderstanding. The tale added weight to the house's atmosphere. It was not just a place haunted by ghosts, but by history, the kind of sorrow that lingers in silence and shadows. I felt connected to Eliza in a way that went beyond the supernatural. Her story was one of isolation, love, and loss, emotions that transcended time. One afternoon, while exploring the attic, I found an old chest filled with belongings, clothes, letters, and a diary that had somehow escaped being forgotten. The diary was written in Eliza's hand, fragile pages filled with her thoughts and fears. Reading her words brought me closer to understanding her struggles and the heavy burden she carried. She wrote about the child often, her hope and despair interwoven in a way that was heartbreaking. Eliza's entries described nights filled with fear, not just for the child but for herself. She feared discovery and punishment, but also something darker. There were mentions of voices in the house, shadows that moved independently, and a presence she could not explain. It was clear that her world was not only one of human hardship, but of something that brushed the edge of the unknown. The house seemed to respond as I read. The humming would swell briefly, and I sometimes caught a flicker in the corner of my eye. But these moments felt less like hauntings and more like acknowledgments, gentle reminders that Eliza's story was still alive within these walls. The mirror in the hallway remained a focus of strange encounters. The woman I saw there no longer frightened me. Sometimes I would see her watching quietly, other times mouthing words I could not hear. I began to speak to her softly, sharing what I had learned and promising to honor her memory. It was a strange form of communication, but it brought a sense of calm that had eluded me before. I also explored the basement more carefully, taking note of the construction and the hidden spaces. The wall where the child was rumored to have been hidden still stood, but I found no evidence of a burial. The emptiness there was both unsettling and relieving. It suggested that the truth was more complicated than rumors and fears. Maybe Eliza had hidden the child to protect rather than imprison, or perhaps the child had been taken elsewhere. One evening, while sitting near the fireplace, I felt a presence beside me, not threatening, but warm. The scent of lavender filled the air, strong and comforting. I closed my eyes and felt a quiet peace settle over the room. It was as if Eliza was finally at rest, freed from the chains of suspicion and fear that had bound her spirit for so long. Living in the farmhouse taught me to listen to the creaks in the floor, the whispers in the wind, and the stories hidden in the dust. The house was more than wood and nails. It was a vessel for memory and emotion, a place where past and present intertwined. I learned that sometimes the ghosts that haunt us are not specters, but memories demanding to be seen and understood. The child's nightgown still hangs in the closet, a silent reminder of love and loss, protection and pain. It is a symbol of a story unfinished, but no longer shrouded in fear. The house feels lighter now, not free of its past, but at peace with it. I often think about Eliza and the child, about the hardships they faced, and the courage it took to love in a world that offered so little kindness. Their story is woven into the very fabric of the farmhouse, and I am honored to be its keeper. Sometimes, when the wind rustles through the trees and the house hums softly, I feel her presence nearby, not as a ghost, but as a guardian, watching over the home and the memories it holds. The days had grown quieter, but the house still held an energy that was impossible to ignore. Each morning the sunlight would creep through the cracked windows and fall on the worn wooden floor, casting long shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. The humming that once filled the nights had softened, no longer an eerie melody, but something more like a memory brushing against the walls. It was a sound that felt less like a warning and more like a song of remembrance, a lullaby carried by time itself. I spent hours wandering through the rooms, touching the peeling wallpaper, running my fingers along the rough edges of the wooden banister, and tracing the faded outlines of old photographs left behind in forgotten drawers. Every object seemed to carry a story, a fragment of the past waiting patiently for someone to listen. The house was like a book written in dust and shadows, and I was slowly learning to read its language. The child's nightgown remained in the closet, a small piece of fragile fabric hanging quietly as if guarding the secrets it had witnessed. I never touched it, afraid that disturbing it might awaken the echoes it held. Instead, I left it as a symbol of Eliza's love and loss, a reminder of the child she had tried to protect in a world that offered little mercy. The woman in the mirror became a familiar presence, no longer startling or frightening. She watched with eyes full of sorrow and hope, and sometimes I imagined her mouthing words I could almost understand. I spoke to her softly, sharing the things I had learned and the emotions I carried. It was a strange companionship, a conversation that transcended time and space. I felt like I was part of something much larger than myself, a link in a chain stretching back generations. I began to dig deeper into Eliza's history, reaching out to local historians and poring over old newspapers and records. I discovered more about the hardships she faced, how midwives were often mistrusted, how a single accusation could ruin a life, and how isolation was both a punishment and a refuge. Eliza's courage in the face of such adversity resonated with me, and I found myself admiring her strength and compassion. Sometimes, when the wind howled through the trees and the house seemed to breathe with its own life, I felt Eliza's presence more strongly. The scent of lavender would fill the air, and the humming would rise and fall like a heartbeat. It was a reminder that her story was still alive, woven into the very fabric of the farmhouse. The hidden chamber in the basement weighed on my mind. I could not forget the narrow space, the rough stone walls, and the faint marks left by hands desperate for freedom or comfort. It was a place of both hope and despair, a testament to the love and fear that had shaped Eliza's life. I wondered what became of the child, and whether their spirit still lingered alongside Eliza's. Neighbors began to share their own stories, tales passed down through families about the farmhouse and its former inhabitants. Some spoke of strange lights seen flickering in the windows on stormy nights, others of soft singing carried on the wind. The house had become a part of the community's collective memory, a symbol of endurance and mystery. Despite the weight of the past, life in the farmhouse slowly took on a rhythm of its own. I planted flowers in the garden, tended to the old wood stove, and repaired broken windows. Each act of care felt like a bridge between past and present, a way to honor the lives that had come before while creating a space for new memories. The humming never completely disappeared, but it no longer felt like a presence to fear. Instead, it became a reminder of resilience, a song that had survived through hardship and silence. The woman in the mirror, the child's nightgown, and the hidden chamber were not just remnants of sorrow, but symbols of love and the enduring power of memory. One evening, as I sat by the fire, the house seemed to sigh with contentment. The shadows softened and the air grew warm with the scent of lavender. I felt a gentle touch, a presence beside me that was both comforting and profound. It was as if Eliza was finally at peace, her story told and her spirit embraced. Living in the farmhouse has changed me. I have learned to listen to the whispers in the walls, the songs carried on the breeze, and the stories hidden in the dust. The house is more than a structure. It is a living testament to the lives and loves that have shaped it. Through sorrow and silence, fear and hope, its heart beats steady and strong. The child's nightgown remains, a delicate thread connecting past and present, a reminder that even in the darkest places, love endures. The woman in the mirror watches with quiet grace, no longer a ghost, but a guardian of memory and peace. And when the wind carries the softest hum through the trees, I know that Eliza is near, singing her lullaby, a song of healing, of remembrance, and of the enduring power of a story finally told. The farmhouse settled into a quiet stillness that felt both comforting and profound. I had come to understand that this old house was more than just wood and stone. It was a vessel for stories, memories, and the echoes of lives long gone but never forgotten. The presence I had once feared had transformed into something gentle, a silent companion that watched over the rooms and halls with quiet grace. Eliza's spirit, if it could be called that, no longer haunted me, but seemed to rest in peace, finally released from the shadows that had bound her for so long. In the last weeks, I spent much time reflecting on the journey I had taken since inheriting the house. What started as curiosity and a touch of unease had become a deep connection to the past, to a woman who lived and loved in a world very different from my own. Eliza's story was one of courage and tragedy, a reminder of how fear and misunderstanding could shape destinies and leave scars that last for generations. Through her letters, the hidden chamber, and the soft humming that filled the nights, I had come to know her, not as a ghost, but as a person, a mother, a healer, and a soul seeking peace. I decided to hold a small gathering at the farmhouse, inviting neighbors and local historians who had shared their stories and helped me piece together Eliza's life. It was a chance to honor her memory, to bring light to the darkness that had shrouded the house, and to celebrate the resilience of those who came before us. The evening was filled with quiet conversations, shared memories, and moments of reflection. We lit candles and placed them near the closet where the child's nightgown hung, a symbol of love and loss, protection and remembrance. As the fire flickered and the night deepened, I felt the presence of Eliza more strongly than ever. The scent of lavender drifted softly through the air, mingling with the warm glow of candlelight. For a moment, I thought I saw her standing quietly in the corner, her eyes filled with gratitude and peace. It was a fleeting vision, but it left a lasting impression, a gentle reassurance that her story was now part of ours, woven into the fabric of the community and the house itself. In the days that followed, I continued to restore the farmhouse with care and respect. Each repair, each brushstroke, felt like a tribute to the past and a step toward a hopeful future. The humming remained, but it was no longer a haunting melody. It was a lullaby that carried healing and connection. The woman in the mirror appeared less frequently, and when she did, it was with a calm and quiet presence that felt like a blessing. I often thought about the child whose nightgown still hung in the closet. Though their fate remained a mystery, I believed they were part of the story's heart, a symbol of innocence caught in the tides of history. The hidden chamber in the basement, with its rough stone walls and faint scratches, was a testament to the love and fear that had shaped this home. It was a place where secrets had been kept safe, and where the past and present met in silence. Living in the farmhouse had changed me in ways I could not fully explain. It taught me to listen to the whispers in the walls, the stories carried on the wind, and the quiet songs of those who came before. The house was a reminder that memory is a powerful force, that love endures beyond time, and that even in darkness, there is light waiting to be found. As seasons changed, the farmhouse stood steadfast, its heart beating softly in the rhythm of life and memory. The community around it grew closer, bound by the stories shared and the healing begun. The house was no longer just a place of shadows, but a home filled with hope, compassion, and the enduring power of understanding. On quiet nights, when the world outside sleeps and the moon casts silver light through the windows, I sometimes hear the softest humming, a lullaby that carries both sorrow and peace. It is a song that reminds me of Eliza, of the child she loved, and of the stories that live on in the spaces between light and shadow. And so the farmhouse remains a guardian of memories, a witness to history, and a place where the past and present come together in a delicate dance of healing and remembrance. The woman in the closet has found her voice, no longer silent but singing softly, her story finally told and her spirit free.